What's up, everybody? Good morning and a very happy Friday to you all. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios. Thanks for hanging out with us. If you're listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available to stream up online at sportstalk1051.com, WAYYradio.com. You got the app. Download that. Take it on the go. Alexa devices, Man Cave TV. You guys know the drill. So appreciate you tuning in and making us pretty start on a TGIF Friday, right? Ready for the weekend here. Oh, before that, though, what do we have on our game plan for us this morning? Brew Crew offense picking up another W yesterday. 13-1 victory. Brewers putting up 3 runs early in the first inning. You had Sal Frelick picking up another home run. Contreras was perfecto from the plate, 4 for 4. Also a walk. He was a triple away from the cycle. Mitchell also collecting a couple hits. Terrain collecting a couple hits. Tyler Black collecting a couple of hits. But not all was great yesterday, even though it was a 13-1 victory, a series win for the Brewers. Concern surrounding Brandon Woodruff. Brandon Woodruff leaving the game in the second inning, but could tell right away there was some issues going on with Brandon Woodruff. His velocity was down. It wasn't down by just a mile or a couple miles per hour. It was down by a few. And Brandon Woodruff getting pulled because of that. Concern with that. He doesn't feel injured, according to Pat Murphy, but yesterday did go in for an MRI to try to figure out maybe what is going on. So something to kind of watch here. Nothing officially official surrounding Brandon Woodruff and that, but we'll something does pop up, we'll throw it out there here for you this morning. But something to monitor here, obviously, with Brandon Woodruff and his injury history in the last few years. When you're down by a few miles per hour, that's definitely something of concern. So, but yeah, Pat Murphy again saying he doesn't feel like he's injured. Said that his arm's dead, nothing's coming out. So, IL is a possibility, but no decisions have been made yet. But if it is an injured list possibility, there is options at that minor league level for the Crew. Logan Henderson, obviously Coleman Crowe, Robert Gasser. So they do have options if they have to replace Brandon Woodruff. And obviously Quinn Priester too, but I don't think he would probably be an option at this point in time while he's still having maybe some control issues and such. So, but Brewers, They hit the road now. They'll be taking on the Washington Nationals starting tonight for a 3-game series. A little bit of a road trip here for the Brew Crew. So we'll recap yesterday's W and then take a look ahead to this series going up against the Nationals. We've got Jacob Mizorowski. He's going to be on the mound today for the Brewers. And if you're looking ahead to the rest of the weekend, we've got Harrison getting the start on Saturday, and then the series finale, we'll see Chad Patrick. Those are your probable starters for the weekend here for the Crew. Also, we'll throw a little football chat. Packers, they picked up the 5th-year option for Lucas Van Ness. That was reported yesterday that the deadline is today. So first reported by Matt Schneidman from The Athletic, but the Packers did pick up the 5th-year option for Lucas Van Ness. So we'll see. Obviously, Packers maybe feeling confident with his health, feeling confident about an expanded role now because he is. Well, he may be getting the season as the number one, kind of edge rusher, depending on if Micah Parsons is not going to begin the season or not. So definitely some pressure on Lucas Van Ness this year, wouldn't you say? I mean, he's going to be under contract for at least a couple of years and such, but definitely a little bit more pressure on Lucas Van Ness. We thought last year there was going to be that. Is it fair to say that there's a little bit more pressure on him to be that big time contributor? Well, we'll chat a little football here as we get things rolling here this morning too. So, also on the docket, Bucks officially making it official yesterday. Taylor Jenkins officially announced as head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks. Press conference coming your way next week and such, but the Bucks making that thing official with Taylor Jenkins being hired as the new head coach for the Bucks. Elsewhere, speaking of the NBA, the Timberwolves moving on. They take down the Nuggets, so even shorthanded, the Timberwolves do get that W. If you're a Wild fan, you're probably pumped because the Wild also moving on. Twins picked up a victory against the Blue Jays. So with our friends just across the border there, probably a good day last night with all three teams winning, and two of them with wins that allow them to move on in their respective playoff series. So we'll do a little inside the training room coming up in just under an hour from now with Dr. Croach of Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. So we'll get his take on some potential issues with Brandon Woodruff and maybe some causes. Is it related potentially to that major shoulder injury that he did have a couple of years ago that made him miss an entire season? So we'll get the doc's opinion on that. We'll do some AJM Automotive, pump the brakes, full throttle. We got a little cream of the crop. Brandon Berg will be joining us. We'll do some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. And then, of course, with Brandon coming in, we'll talk a lot of Brewers and whatever other nonsense we can have on this Friday morning. So, and whatever else you have to say out there. So, but let's get things rocking and rolling here this morning, shall we? We'll get things going here on the leadoff. We'll talk a little Brewers, talk a little baseball as the Crew picking up a series win yesterday, but definitely some concern surrounding Brandon Woodruff. But are the Brewers in a position where they can, and it's not to dismay, it's not to diminish how important Brandon Woodruff is, but the Brewers at least in a decent position to kind of fill in for his role, depending on how long it's going to be. I feel like they are, but we'll hit that up here too. So let's take our first break, and then the leadoff coming your way after these quick words. Speaking of the Man Cave podcast, we are going to have a new episode dropping later this morning with Brandon and myself, and it should be a fun one. So Brandon and I are going to start everything on something new every Friday called a little TGIF episodes of the podcast and that, and kind of like a 90s, 80s, 2000s maybe vibe to it. And first up today, we're going to talk about, I think, something that was a little bit bigger back in the day, and I know a lot of our listeners used to partake in it as well. We're finally going to do our slow pitch softball episode of the podcast. So a lot of you listening right now, if you want, maybe kind of share some memories or share some stories back from your playing days, you can text it on over. You can email it to mancavepodmail@gmail.com. You're going to have to do it later. You're going to have to do it this morning, though, because we are going to record that sucker right after we shut the mics off at 10 a.m. for the radio program, and then we're going to start the pod there. So, but that should be fun, and might be a little bit of a long one. So when you do listen to it, maybe grab another cup of coffee, or later on tonight, it'll be video too, so you can pull it up on your TV, grab yourself a cold one, and maybe kind of get the memory bank going there. But C-Bomb, really quick, with a couple texts. Looking forward to Dr. Crow's take on Woodruff. Happy Friday, sir. How about the Wild? That was a great Game 7 last night. Man, do I wish Wisconsin had a professional hockey team. It kills me to pull for anything in Minnesota. Hey, get on the Seattle Kraken bandwagon with me, sir. But I'll be honest, like, again, I'm not the biggest hockey fan in the world. I do enjoy watching hockey. I really enjoy watching it in person. But I'll be honest with you, I feel like if Wisconsin, and I tried my best in 6th grade sending Governor Tommy Thompson that letter saying, can we get a hockey team and call it the Wisconsin Polar Bears? Never got a response. But I'll be honest, if Wisconsin ever got a pro hockey team, I might be a bigger fan. I really feel like that way. I might be a bigger fan. The question is without getting too deep into, funding and all that, from a fan perspective, can Wisconsin, you think they would be able to support one? I mean, you got Minnesota, you got a lot of fans, you got, because I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, kind of do like an informal poll to everybody that's out there listening. Would you say that of like a lot of hockey fans in our area, or depending on where you're listening, if you're more in eastern Wisconsin, southern Wisconsin, northern Wisconsin, western, wherever, is the majority Wild fans and Blackhawk fans? Like, where's that line at? You know what I mean? Or is there still some Stars fans from when the team moved to Dallas? Or is there that animosity? Because I know there's a lot of animosity towards that too. I'm kind of curious to see where the makeup is and such. But let me know, all right? Hit me up. I honestly feel like, again, if Wisconsin had a pro hockey team, an NHL team, I think I'd get a lot more into it, because I really enjoy watching it. I really enjoy going to Wild games, watching it in person, and man, I'd probably go more. I would think like Madison or Milwaukee would probably be the places to host it, to have a team, right? It'd have to be those. But what do you think? Can we do it? Can we do it, Wisconsin? Should we start the petition? A lot to go out there, but give me a shout. All right, give me a shout. What do you think? You can join in on the conversation, 715-830-1912, or you can hit me up on the Section 105 chat room on YouTube. So, all right, we'll get to that here in a sec. Brandon Woodruff, we're going to definitely be a topic conversation. C-Bomb, don't worry, we'll hit that up with Dr. Crow. It's probably going to be my first question to Dr. Crow, but we'll talk a little bit about Anthony Edwards, too, with him, in case, because he is a T-Wolves fan, in case there's any T-Wolves fans listening, and with the T-Wolves moving on to the second round of the playoffs, when potentially could Anthony Edwards return to help out the T-Wolves? I want to ask him, too, about the Dante DiVincenzo, with his Achilles injury, and is it a lot of it shoes and traction and such? But anyway, speaking of C-Bomb, let's take a quick phone call here this morning to open up things. Good morning, Mr. C-Bomb, a.k.a. Chadwick. How are you doing this morning?
Good morning, El Capitano. How we doing this sunny Friday morning?
I am ready for the weekend, buddy. How about you?
You and me both, my brother. You and me both. I'll tell you what. I woke up full of pea and vinegar this morning. I thought that Wild game fired me up last night. And like I said, it pains me. Absolutely this state can support a hockey team. I guarantee you half of the stands over there in Minnesota went over there from Wisconsin last night, and that was a great game. And the Kohl Center fills up for the Badgers. Wisconsin, all we hear about is Minnesota, the state of hockey. Wisconsin is a great hockey state. Youth all the way through college. We are one of the top handful of hockey in the whole country. So I mean, absolutely, if we can support an NFL team and a Major League Baseball team, I will throw the bucks away to bring in a hockey team. So
let me ask you, I know you played hockey and you still coach hockey and such. Back to your youth, who was your favorite team growing up?
The Minnesota North Stars. My favorite player was Mike Modano. And,
okay.
They had Dino Ciccarelli. I loved the Minnesota North Stars growing up. We didn't have nothing here, right? So that was the closest hockey team, and that's kind of why I cheer for the Wild, right? And I like watching them play the Stars because it's like, that was our team up here. But, yeah, Wisconsin needs a team, and I can't believe we don't have one.
So when the Stars left, were you still a Dallas fan, or were you just kind of like, I'm not going to be a fan of a particular team until maybe the Wild did come back?
I actually quit watching hockey for a long time after Dallas left. I mean, because I was right around 19 maybe, 20, and that ticked me off. So I actually quit watching for probably almost a decade.
Okay.
When the Wild came back, and a couple years into the Wild, then I started watching again. But yeah, that really that ticked me off when they went to Dallas.
So would you because I feel like this area or maybe across Wisconsin, do you think it's either you're a Wild fan or maybe even a Blackhawks fan with kind of where it's at?
Yeah, that's where it's at. There's a lot of Blackhawks fans, especially it's kind of like, it's almost like we hate the Bears, we hate the Bears, we hate the Vikings, but then when it comes to hockey, those same regions like the east and the southeast side of the state tend to lean more towards the Blackhawks, and we lean towards more the Wild up here.
Right, yeah, because I feel like when the Blackhawks, how many years ago when they were going through their playoff runs in Stanley Cup, I felt like I didn't realize I knew so many Blackhawk fans, and that time period, I'd figured it was probably because maybe a lot of younger fans grew up with no Minnesota Wild team and they needed a team to kind of gravitate towards.
Yeah, right. And there's a lot of Red Wings fans around too, because for whatever reason, I don't know. I've never have been a Red Wings fan, but I did like Chris Osgood.
Probably those mid-'90s teams with Stevie Y and Sergei Fedorov. See, I got some hockey knowledge a little bit.
See, there you go. You would love it if there was a professional hockey team here. I guarantee it would even be a bigger sport, and you'd be a fan. And if anybody doesn't really know if they care for hockey, go see a game live, and you'll be hooked.
I could attest to that because, again, I went to a Wild Kraken game a couple of years ago, and I can tell you, just in person, I had a blast. You and I have to go to a game, dude. Go over there. It's not that far of a drive, but I can attest to that. I had a lot of fun. It was a lot. It's a lot better watching it in person, man.
Yeah, well, I love watching it on TV too, but in person, it is awesome, and they make it look so easy. It's unbelievable. It's a great sport. It's a lot of fun. People think they get turned away because they think it's expensive. Yeah, it's expensive, but every sport's expensive nowadays. It's really, I'll tell you what, Rory, he plays soccer year round and hockey year round, and believe it or not, soccer's not a whole lot behind in the cost of playing hockey. So, it's a great sport. And if you got little kids that want to play it, let them play it.
Yeah. So, all right. How do you like the Wild's chances now moving on here before I let you go?
To be honest with you, I'm surprised they made it past Dallas. So we'll see
Okay.
here. But yeah, I mean they're a very talented team. Let's see them go on a run here.
All right. I like it. Hey, C-Bomb, appreciate the phone call. Maybe get that petition going to get. I tried in 6th grade to Governor Tommy Thompson, and I never got a response back. So, but maybe you could have some better luck.
Well, we can try. Maybe I just hit the lottery for $1 billion and throw that all towards the hockey team, huh?
All right, you can be the owner. There you go. I like it. So, how about that?
There we go.
All right, hey bud, have a good weekend. If I don't chat with you again today, okay?
Right on. Thanks for taking the call, Capitano. Have a great weekend.
You got it. There you go. There's C-Bomb hopping off here this morning. Tim in the Cooley region chiming in here quickly. Saying with the first round exit of the Nuggets will immediately treat the Joker like they have treated Giannis. Very similar circumstances. I think a lot of people are probably answering that, and the Joker actually kind of talked about it a little bit. Now, maybe a little bit of a difference is that the Joker said last night that I still want to be a Nugget forever. But he did say that, just reading a little bit here, Jokic will be an extension eligible this summer for up to 4 years and around $293 million. But that doesn't mean he enters the offseason in a bright mood. He said, we just lost in the first round. I think we are far away from title contention. That's not my decision, to be honest. Definitely, if we were in Serbia, we would all get fired. So, yeah, but I don't know. That's the other thing, though, too. I still feel like, and maybe this is just hurt feelings or whatever, but I don't feel like the media has treated the whole Joker thing in the same breath as Giannis. Maybe some would disagree with that outside of our Wisconsin borders or outside of our Bucks fandom and such, but I feel like that it hasn't been the case. Treated similar. They've mentioned it with Jokic and such, but I don't think to the level of one Greek freak Giannis. So that might be a good pump the brakes or full throttle question coming up a little bit later on when we get Brandon on. So, all right, got off on a little bit of a tangent. Let's take a quick break and reset, and let's talk some Brewers. Okay. Recapping yesterday's win, but concern surrounding Brandon Woodruff. Is the offense finally starting to kick it around when feels like we got Jackson Churio and Andrew Vaughn coming back next week at some point. So let's talk some Brewers. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these quick words. Hey, sometimes accidents happen, but getting your vehicle back to normal does not have to be as stressful. At Superior Auto Body, they specialize in getting your vehicle looking right again after dents, dings, or collisions. And the best part is they handle the insurance process for you, working directly with your provider to make things simple and hassle-free. No runaround, no confusion, just quality work and a team that's got your back every single step of the way. So get your vehicle back on the road with confidence. Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, where the job gets done right. Brew Crew yesterday picking up a nice win, right? A series win against the Diamondbacks. Offense putting up a big old crooked number again, 13-1, especially with their starter Brandon Woodruff only going just a little over an inning. So, but I mean, this is kind of the line you like to see with Mitchell batting in that leadoff spot, getting 2 hits, Terang 2 hits, Contreras, perfecto 4 for 4. So you like to see that top of the order doing that. Sal Frelick picking up another home run, Black with a couple of hits too. So 14 total hits for the Brewers, 6 walks, and only striking out 6 times yesterday. So, but obviously the big concern, the big question mark is Brandon Woodruff from that game. It was, you could tell right away, there was something going on a little bit with Brandon Woodruff because the velocity was down. And we're not talking like just a couple miles per hour here. We're talking a few. You know, it was a big drop off. I mean, there was even some pitches like 79 miles an hour and such. So definitely some concern. And luckily, I mean, Woodruff only gave up 1 hit, 1 walk, and did strike out 2. So Shane Drowan going the distance, 4 innings, giving up 5 hits, 1 earned run, 4 Ks, no walks to pick up his first career win. So luckily the Brewers really didn't have to, considering their offense and such. They didn't really have to tax out their bullpen too much. But Brandon Woodruff was going in for an MRI yesterday to kind of try to figure out what was going on here. Pat Murphy after the game saying that Woodruff just felt like his arm was dead and just not able to get really anything going. So don't know if that would be something related to his potential shoulder injury, shoulder surgery that he had a couple of years ago, but I think we're all kind of just maybe holding our breaths. He's holding their breath. Brewers, same thing, that it's nothing too serious. So, and Murphy also saying that Woodruff didn't feel like he was injured in that. So, going to ask Dr. Crow about this when we do chat with him and such. So, but kind of puzzling, right, to see that diminished velocity from Brandon Woodruff. So, but good to see the offense again yesterday putting up double-digit runs, 2 out of the 3 games against the Diamondbacks in this series. So the Brewers begin the month of May, though, still 4th place in their division in the NL Central. And it's not because, I mean, Brewers are 2 games above 500 right now. It's just, again, the NL Central is that incredibly talented. The Reds in first place. The Cubs, 1 game back. The Cardinals, 2 games back. The Brewers, 3.5 games back. The Pirates, they're now down to 500. They've lost 5 in a row here. They're 4.5 games back. But a big series, got to be maybe some Pirates fans, even though they're just a game back from the Brewers here, because they go up against the Reds. So if you're looking at kind of the schedule here for the rest of the NL Central, as we just said, the Reds and the Pirates will be going up against each other. You got the Cubs now beginning a series with the Diamondbacks, as they're going to host the Diamondbacks, and the Cardinals are going to be hosting the Dodgers. So maybe a good chance for a little bit of movement within this division for this weekend series. So, but hey, now that we open the month of May and we've got, Memorial Day coming up, I think that's a benchmark that we can kind of look at in the Major League Baseball season. So we got a few weeks yet before that, but as we open up the month of May, feels like we're going to get Jackson Chourio here in the next few days. Andrew Vaughn's going to return here in the next few days. We're going to add those bats to the lineup. The offense, the last, 2 out of the last 3 games has put up some big runs. It feels like, another wave. I don't know if that's the best way to kind of describe it, but it feels like, all right, we're getting those 2 dudes in the lineup. You're maybe going to feel a little bit better, a little bit more confident. Right now, the Brewers have the highest run differential in the division, but I get it. It's like games like yesterday that could kind of skew it a little bit, but they're a plus 38. The Cubs are a plus 35 right now. Pirates plus 12, and then the Cardinals and the Reds are a minus 3 at this point. But, I think the biggest thing as we get into May now, as we open up May, is the return of Jackson Chourio and Andrew Vaughn to this lineup. What can they provide? Can they provide maybe, I think the biggest thing is consistency, maybe even a little bit more power. I know a lot of people are making a deal about home runs. Not a ton of home runs being hit by the Brewers right now. And obviously with no Yelich in that lineup too, that's going to take a hit. But you look at this team and you look at, the power, they're third. They have the 3rd fewest home runs in all of Major League Baseball. The only 2 teams that are worse than them right now is Boston and San Francisco. Brewers have a total of 22 home runs. Boston has 21. San Francisco has 19. The leader is, probably no surprise, the Yankees at 48, followed by the Dodgers at 45. But for me, in my opinion, looking at as we open up a new month of this baseball season, I feel like the Brewers are going to get that power back. I think it's probably the biggest question as we open up May, but also with the return of those 2, and then maybe with Yelich at some point this month, feel like that fortune is going to turn a little bit. I don't want to put a lot of expectations on, right away for Jackson Chourio because he hasn't played a game yet at all this year, and Andrew Vaughn played the first game, the opening game. But you look at those 2 guys, and, those are 2 guys that even before the season started, the expectation was like, okay, they're going to be, part of the solution, hopefully, to increase power or kind of that power that is going to be provided within this lineup, right? Before the season, one of our questions was who's going to have a better chance at maybe at a 30 for 30 season. Jackson Chourio, Bryce Terang, and Jackson Chourio was kind of the name mentioned. So hopefully, it'd be awesome if he comes in right away next week at some point. You insert him into the lineup and okay, you got to be our power guy, and he starts to hit home runs in that. But I don't want to put a whole lot on that right away. Maybe let him get his feet wet for a little bit, and then get that power swing going here a little bit. But I think it's going to be a nice trickle-down effect when we get those 2 guys back. Just, from first base, you can insert him there. You don't have to play Gary Sanchez there. You got to go back and forth between lefty, righty with him and Bowers. Chourio's going to solidify the outfield a little bit more, too. You can have him as your primary left fielder, even filling in as center field. Again, if it's a lefty-righty matchup for pitching purposes, it's going to calm, I think, things down within this lineup, having those 2 guys back, hopefully next week, where you're not trying to shuffle it around and Lockridge and then Perkins and these late game subs because of different pitching matchups. I think it's just going to settle everything down, and especially when you get Yelich back, hopefully, maybe at some point this month, really settles things down. But back to Woodruff here for just a few minutes. If he is going to miss some time, and we don't know that yet, but if he is going to miss some time, the Brewers, I feel like, that's one position where I feel like they've got the depth to be able to fill that spot, to sustain that spot, to maybe not miss a big step. And I don't want to diminish what Brandon Woodruff means to this team because he is the veteran leader of this pitching staff. Otherwise, next up is like Mizorowski and Chad Patrick. He's got a huge role on his team. The confidence, we've heard Yelich, was it last year? I think that's probably one of the highest compliments that you can give a ball player is, especially at a pitcher, is when a guy like Christian Yelich says, we're in a must-win playoff game. There's nobody else I want on that mound besides Brandon Woodruff. I mean, that's a boatload of confidence, and I think when he's on the mound, it instantly gives the rest of his teammates the confidence in the world that they've got a really good shot to win the ball game, and they just got to do their part. So I don't want to diminish the value that Brandon Woodruff brings to this ball club. But if there is a position group where maybe the Brewers can, I guess for a lack of a better phrase, afford to lose a player, it might be starting pitching at this point. And I think when you look at the options that are out there for the Brewers, you got a Coleman Crow who looked really impressive in his debut. Got a lot of people excited with that curveball, with that breaking ball. But then you got Logan Henderson. Before the season, he was being talked about as a potential Rookie of the Year guy, Rookie of the Year candidate. I feel like if Woodruff goes on that injured list, and again, we don't know that yet, but if he does, I feel like it's going to be Logan Henderson time. I feel like that's going to be the guy that's going to get the first crack. And when you look at what Logan Henderson is so far doing down with Nashville, 2-0, 5 games. He has started 3 of those games. 1.02 ERA, 26 strikeouts. Yeah, he's pitching well this year. He's kind of, I almost feel like where Mizorowski was at Nashville. It was just like, dude just keeps consistently going out there. And I think that's the biggest thing for a lot of these minor league guys in AAA, maybe more so at the pitching department, right, is can they show the consistency out there? Can they show that, all right, every time they're out there, it's going to be, they're going to put their team in a position to win. And Mizorowski was like that, then finally called up. The last game that Logan Henderson pitched was back on the 26th, and they stretched him out a little bit in that one. 5 innings, 1 earned run, 9 strikeouts, 1 walk. Before that, 3 1/3, no earned runs, 3 Ks. I mean, they're really not taxing him a whole lot in Nashville. He like I mentioned, he has only played in 5 total games, and he played in 1 game with the Brewers, and he pitched 2 innings. But he has played in 5 games and only pitched 17 2/3 of an inning. So he's not really, he seems to be still fresh at this point. And I just, if he is the guy that's getting called up, and if he pitches like he is right now in Nashville, he may not be going back down anytime soon. But he definitely deserves to be up there. It's just the Brewers are at a position with starting pitchers where they've got a boatload of them and probably just have to be a little patient right now. But if it were me, just being as a fan, and if Woodruff's going to miss some time and he's going to be on the injured list, I'd give the ball to Logan Henderson and see what he can do. And we've seen him at the major league level a few times, but like actual consistent every few days, Logan Henderson gets that ball. All right, we got to take a quick break as we wrap up the first quarter. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. With spring rolling in here, it is springtime, right? It's time to get back outside and enjoy the season. And whether you're heading to the range or getting ready for spring turkey hunting season, if you haven't gone out there yet, or maybe just gearing up for some time in the great outdoors, Tilda Gun is your local stop for selection, service, and expertise. They offer a wide range of firearms and accessories along with a knowledgeable staff who can help you find exactly what fits your needs. No pressure, just straight answers and real guidance. It's about making sure that you're comfortable, confident, and ready for your next outing. Spring is the season to get prepared, to get organized, and to get outside. And Tilden Gun is here to help you do just that. So stop on in and see what they've got in stock and why so many in the Chippewa Valley trust them year after year. Tilden Gun, your hometown source for gear, service, and expertise. Just a few minutes left to the top of the hour. We'll talk to Dr. Crow coming up just past 7 o'clock, get his expert advice or expertise opinion on the Brandon Woodruff injury and such. So that's coming up in about, let's say, 10 minutes or so. Then Brandon will be joining us after that. But looking at the game for today for the Brew Crew, we've got Jacob Mizorowski getting the starts, going up against Irvin from the Nationals. Jake Irvin, who is 1-3 in 6 games so far this year, 4.85 ERA. He is coming off of his latest game, no decision against the White Sox, where he went 5 2/3. He struck out 9, no earned runs. He did pitch against Milwaukee in their first matchup. He went 5 innings, giving up just 3 earned runs, 1 home run, 5 Ks. He pitched 100 pitches in that game. So that was also a no decision for him. So Brewers, obviously, a little bit of experience going up against him so far this year. But Contreras has 17 career at-bats against him. He's got a couple homers. He's hit .294 with a 1.135 OPS. Frelick in 15 career at-bats is hitting .333 against him. You've got Ortiz is actually .500 against him in 6 career at-bats. Bryce Terang, though, 16 at-bats, just 188 with a .485 OPS against him. Looks like none of the national position players, at least the top ones, have any experience going up against the Miz kid. So Mizorowski's going to be looking for his second win on the season so far. 1-2 with a 3.31 ERA in 6 games started. He's got those 51 strikeouts. His last performance going up against the Pirates was a no decision on the 25th, where he went 6 innings, giving up 6 hits, 3 earned runs, and striking out 9. If it feels like it's been a hot minute since Jacob Mizorowski last got a win, you'd be right, because you got to go to opening day when he got credited with his only win so far. Otherwise, it's been no decision, loss, no decision, loss, no decision. And even in those losses, Boston, that was one of those losses. Remember that game where he was just in fuego and then had walks in the 6th inning? That was the issue, 4 walks. And really, when you kind of look at it, outside of opening day, when he has given up 3 or more walks, that's when he's had his losses so far this year. Miami, 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, but 3 walks. The control part of it, which, again, how many times have we talked about with Mizorowski? That's one of the top things I think, he's probably got to be a little bit better at, is when that fatigue starts to set in, can he keep control of his control? And then, just throughout a game, throughout a start, can he maintain that consistency, that control? So, but yeah, it has been a hot minute. He did not get a single win, did not get credited with a single win in April. But I still feel like wins and losses for pitcher stats are a little more skewed than what perhaps they used to be back in the day. So quality starts, he's definitely had them. But if you look at the win-loss record, it has been a hot minute. So, all right, shot clock's going to cut me off in less than a minute. So we got news updates, and then we'll talk with Dr. Crow. We'll throw a little Brandon Woodruff talk in there. We'll throw a little Anthony Edwards talk in there, too, in case you're a T-Wolves fan. T-Wolves moving on with a win last night. Wild also moving on with a win last night. So if you're a T-Wolves fan or a Wild fan, and a Twins fan because they beat the Blue Jays yesterday, you're probably feeling pretty good on this Friday morning. So we'll get to that. Then we've got Brandon. We've got Local Sports Roundup coming your way. As I know, the Blue Golds and Stouts, they're going to be wrapping up like baseball, softball, regular season games. And then we got WIAC tournament stuff already coming next week for those sports. So we got cream of the crop and also little AJM Automotive, pump the brakes, full throttle. Packers picking up the fifth-year option for Lucas Van Ness. Thumbs up, thumbs down, your reaction. All right, we got to take a quick break, and we'll kick off the second quarter coming up after these news updates. All right, here we go. Second quarter, second hour, kicking off right now on this Friday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us. No matter where you're listening to us from or how you're listening to us, we're going to catch up with our buddy Brandon coming up in a little bit. We've got some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. A little cream of the crop brought to you by, or just cream of the crop. We've got Pump the Brakes or Full Throttle brought to you by AJM Automotive. We'll get back to some more baseball talk. We've got a little football chat here as well. There's a lot of teams opening up rookie mini camps this weekend too. But hey, let's kick off this hour like we normally do every Friday morning, catching up with our doc, Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for a little inside the training room. Good morning, Austin. Happy May, buddy.
Yeah, it's a great day out there. A little brisk, but it looks like it might shape up to be a nice day.
Absolutely. Hey, I gotta start off with a little bit of baseball because we've had a few listeners already asking if I could ask this to you. But yesterday, Brewers pitcher Brandon Woodruff only didn't even last 2 innings in his starts, and the big thing is that his velocity was down, and we're talking not just a couple miles per hour. There was 79-mile-an-hour pitches, low 80s and such. And Pat Murphy said that he didn't feel injured, but he said he felt like his arm was just dead. He's underwent an MRI yesterday. We don't know any of the results and such, but how concerning would this be from what I just kind of told you, or what maybe that you read, that a pitcher where he says his arm just feels dead and his velocity isn't there, especially when you know Brandon Woodruff's shoulder history and that surgery he had a couple years ago?
Definitely concerning. Obviously, the fact he's not feeling symptoms is a great sign, because if you combine those two, then the prognosis would be very poor. So it is possible that it's nothing serious, but one of the common hallmarks of issues in the shoulder, especially with the labrum and superior labrum, is pitchers will describe a loss in velocity. And so that's one of the kind of characteristics that we see. They're just not able to generate the same throw now, but usually that is accompanied by pain. So like I said, not a guaranteed bad thing, but certainly a red flag. And so I'm sure everyone's going to be waiting with bated breath on the MRI results. The challenge is with a previously repaired shoulder, the MRIs aren't always as conclusive as we like to think. So it would not shock me at all if this ends up being a second opinion, third opinion kind of scenario, unless he bounces right back, of course. But if it remains symptomatic, he may end up getting one or two opinions from shoulder guys around the area or country, I should say. But ultimately, it's really going to, more than anything, it's going to be, I guess number one would be the results of the MRI, and two would be how the shoulder responds. So if it's a little blip, because he had been doing well up until then, so that's kind of the thing that's a bit of a head scratcher. So to see a regression definitely raise your eyebrows. But like I said, almost universally, that is accompanied by pain. They lose velocity because it hurts the throw. They can't cock back as far, or it affects their follow through, and it changes their velocity and accuracy. But when they just have the loss of that without pain, like I said, a little atypical, but like I said, it does raise some red flags.
So just kind of like if you were doing the MRI and you were looking at, what are maybe some of the things you would be looking at in that MRI?
The biggest thing for sure is the structures that were repaired, so the labral work that had been done previously. So when you look at the labrum, it is basically this ring of fibrocartilage that runs around the socket. So it serves a couple things. It serves to stabilize the shoulder, and so especially in the front and back, it not only creates a bumper, if you will, it's also the attachment for the capsule and ligaments of the shoulder. On the superior top side of it, it's the attachment for the biceps. Now, throwers are notorious for getting issues in that superior and posterior superior labrum. So the other thing you might be looking for is signs of what we call internal impingement. So anyone who's had a labral repair, especially in that superior and posterior aspect, they can develop excessive tightness back there. And that's the balancing act when you're doing the surgery. You don't want to over tighten it, because especially with a thrower, when they throw, the mechanics of the arm, we've all seen pictures of when the pitcher's got their arm all the way back, we call it the late cocking phase, where the arm is way back. If there isn't enough laxity, if you will, in the posterior capsule, they create what's called internal impingement. So the rotator cuff rubs down onto the superior and posterior labrum. And so you'll look for these hallmark signs in the back of the humeral head as well. So the big thing to look at would be that labral area, and then that kind of posterior superior head / rotator cuff area. And those, if you see inflammation and edema there, then he may be developing some impingement. Now, that actually may not be the worst thing in the world, because often you can rehab to that. Now, if it's resulted in re-tearing, that's a problem. So I guess it depends on what it shows. But that would be the area I'm sure they'll be really focused on.
Interesting. So, yeah, it's kind of, I think when you factor in his injury concern and such, it's got a lot of Brewers fans and maybe even Brewers people really concerned about what, how long he could potentially be out and such. So,
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on what they find. I mean, this could be a short stint, just kind of get the shoulder stretched out and strengthen back up, or it could be, all right, we need to talk about revision reconstruction. That's
Man,
a whole nother thing.
Yeah. Let's switch to hoops wise. Your Timberwolves moving on even without Anthony Edwards and Dante DiVincenzo. Let's start off with Anthony Edwards because when he suffered that injury, the video it made me kind of like cringe, like, ooh, that looked really bad, but also probably gave myself and other Bucks fans flashbacks to Giannis and such with his knee a few years ago. Same thing, would you say? I mean, they said it's a bone bruise, hyperextended knee, so luckily it avoided the ACL, but is that the same thing that Giannis suffered when the Bucks won their championship?
Virtually identical. So, I mean, again, I would say Giannis has looked a little more extreme even. I think that his probably went a couple more degrees into hyperextension. But either way, I mean, you could see Ants clearly went in a unnatural direction. I mean, you know, his knee, and now some people's knees do naturally hyperextend a little bit. No one's do that much, really. So, I mean, his knee went in, I'd call it 5 to 10 degrees of hyperextension. And so when that happens, it unfortunately can result in an ACL tear. Luckily, we dodged that bullet. But even so, I mean, if you were to take a snapshot x-ray of the knee and when it's maximally hyperextended, the femur's driving into the tibia. So they'll get these very characteristic bone bruises, usually in the femur, but you can get them on the tibial side as well. So it'll be the front of the tibia and the front kind of superior part of the femur. I mean, bone bruises, on some level, they're not necessarily a really bad thing. I mean, because generally they heal on their own, although there are some potential long-term implications I can chat about in a second. But, you know, for the most part, you're basically playing through pain. But so people are like, oh, if it just hurts, just tough through it. I mean, it can be the point where, like, you can't put weight in the leg, like that bad of pain. So I don't care how tough you are. If your body's saying, I'm not going to let you push off on this leg, you know, try playing an NBA game, right? It's not happening. So, but it is variable. I'll be honest. I mean, Giannis got back way sooner than I thought he was going to on your guys' championship run. So, you know, is it possible Ant's back for the Spurs series? Well, I'm hoping so. But, I mean, it is not uncommon to see people miss weeks, plural, with this. I mean, even in a month, sometimes if the bone bruises are bad enough. Now, his didn't look like a horrific hyperextension, so maybe his will be on the lower end. But it's going to be all about what we see as far as how the knee bounces back. Now, that's the short term. Occasionally, when you see a really bad bone bruise or bone contusion, what you see is like maybe 3 months, 6 months, a year later, you can start getting cartilage damage that appears late. And that's the same reason that people with like ACL injuries can have late cartilage injuries, is because they basically have a really bad bone bruise. Now that was from the ligament tear. But in this case, there's no ligament tear, but still that impact injury to the cartilage can result in a delayed presentation of cartilage stuff. So certainly hope that doesn't happen. I think in this circumstance, the odds are pretty low for that, but it is something that can pop up late.
And then Dante DiVincenzo, another Achilles tear. I swear, if you're a basketball player, wear number 0. Just change your number right now. Because, I mean, him, Dame, Tatum, Tyrese, for crying out loud, just get rid of the number. Yeah, no.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, okay. Obviously, we've talked a lot about Achilles these last few years since you've been on the program and such. And, I've seen, speculation out there. I saw somebody kind of making a case. Is it shoes with the traction and all that? Is it fatigue? Is it all the above in that? But, I mean, this just seems like a crazy wave, especially at basketball, Austin, with all these Achilles tears.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and the numbers are increasing. I mean, it's, for a while it was like, is this really a trend? But it is. I mean, we're seeing an increase in prevalence. I don't think we can pin it on one specific thing. Now, the mechanism is almost identical for everyone. Heavy eccentric load. So if you watch every single time, what's happening is they're driving off or landing, and what's happening is they're tightening the gastroc, or the muscle that pulls on the Achilles, as the leg is bending. So an eccentric load basically means you're pulling the tendon naturally from the movement of the body, plus you're trying to fire and push against it. So it creates this really strong load, and almost inevitably there's some level of tendinopathy. Obviously, we don't biopsy every single patient that has them, but they've done studies in the past where they'll take like a little piece of the tendon and analyze it. And we know that tendon ruptures, whether it's like biceps or rotator cuff or Achilles or whatever it is, there's always some level of tendinopathy. So my guess is there's some level of increase in the tendinopathy that these athletes are seeing. I mean, is it because changes in training regimen? Is it something in the way shoes? Is it so? I mean, who knows exactly? I mean, if I had to just take a guess, I think part of it is, I mean, we're just seeing the athleticism, the size, the speed of athletes just keep getting more and more. I mean, you know, it's one of those things. I mean, you can't really quantify it easily, but I do think if you put an athlete in today's day and age, you know, back in the 60s or 80s even, I mean, I think they would just be a superior athlete. I mean, people are literally bigger, faster, and stronger. So, and the human body has not evolved over the past couple of decades, right? So you're asking the same structures to be able to withstand bigger loads, more dynamic, aggressive movements, and I think that's why we're seeing that. I think that's probably the biggest driving force. And so, you know, there's this idea of like, oh, you know, maybe we need to just manage load more, you know, as they call it, load management in basketball. And I don't know if that's necessarily going to do the trick. I mean, I think you're just going to see as guys are bigger, and just like pitchers in shoulder and elbow injuries. I mean, they're throwing the ball harder. I mean, that is very quantitative, right? It's like miles per hour and spin rate. Those numbers have gone up. That means you're putting more stress on the shoulder and elbow. Same thing. These NFL players, because we're seeing it in the NFL, we're seeing it in the NBA, they're just bigger and faster, and they're just putting more load on the tendon, just not able to withstand it every time.
You know, you mentioned the load management part of it, and I've seen people say, well, maybe load management is the problem because, you know, basketball is an endurance sport. But, I mean, Dante played every single game this year, so you can't even make the case for that with Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's it. I really don't think that guys aren't out there enough. I think it's, if anything, it's the opposite. But, I mean, where do you find that sweet spot? I mean, you know, it's, to me, I think it has to do more with, again, just the size and athleticism and what they're asking their bodies to do. Sometimes we just get pushed to the brink, and it's like, look, it just can't go much past that. And I think we're starting to see that with pitchers in the shoulder and elbow, and you know, we're seeing it now in NFL, NBA players with, you know, Achilles injuries as examples. That it just, you know, you're kind of getting to the extreme of what that piece of tissue can tolerate.
Right. Yeah. It's just, I got to imagine, though, do you think there's going to be more studies done and trying, you know, these team doctors, physicians, or whoever the case may be, whether it's shoe company, they're going to try to figure out, you know, why there is this increase of Achilles injuries?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's going to be, I'm sure they've probably done like, you know, video analysis of injury patterns. But like I said, for this one, it's not a big head scratcher. It's again, you can almost guarantee it's that eccentric load. I mean, every single one. I mean, you know, a lot of times in NBA, what they're doing is they're dropping that foot backwards to drive forward. So again, if you look right before it goes, the ankle's actually dorsiflexing up. So they're putting more tension on the tendon and they're pushing off. So again, it's stretching and loading. But, you know, if a shoe company could come out and say, look, we changed our shoe and it's going to decrease Achilles tear rates, they might have themselves a product. Now, that'd be a big claim. They'd have to back it up with something. But, I mean, if someone thinks they can do something like that, I'm sure they will. So I don't see it being an easy fix, to be honest with you. But I'm sure someone's looking at ways that they can try to decrease that. So, you know, at minimum, it would be, you know, good stretching programs, warm up, you know, more tendon care kind of stuff. But it's not, I don't think it's as easy to just snap your fingers and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, we did our stretches. It's not going to happen. I mean, it just, unfortunately, it's not that simple.
Yeah, you mentioned like the eccentric load in that, and, you know, just in how my mind works, you think about it, the NBA players, obviously, and then you look at the NFL, the players who we've seen tearing their Achilles, it's the quarterbacks, right? Maybe like a running back and a receiver. You don't hear too much about, you know, a lineman or anything like that, or even baseball. We don't hear those injuries really that often.
Yeah, they're not nearly as common. I mean, I'm trying to think of the last baseball player I've seen with an Achilles tear. I can't think of a baseball player that's had one. Certainly the more dynamic movements are going to do it. In basketball, I think you get it just because you get so much more change in direction, right? You know, you're coming forward, backwards, the offense, defense transition, things like that. Loose balls, trying to make a quick cut. And so, I mean, there's also just those dynamic loads that they put on the body, and I just don't think you see that as often in offensive and defensive linemen. So that's why it's not as prevalent. So it really has to do with that specific injury pattern. You know, and similar with ACLs, I mean, they're just more common in the cutting, pivoting athlete because they're putting those dynamic rotational forces on the knee. Same concept. You know, and then flip side is like, like major pec and triceps injuries that are like heavy chest loading, pushing. You don't see those other than generally speaking in like offensive and defensive linemen because they're just doing that. So the forces on the body are very much, different across positions in football. I mean, even though they're playing the same sport, they're doing very different things, right? I mean, and that's obviously, you can just tell by watching the game and what the body habitus is, and they're asking their bodies to do different things.
Last question for you. I want to go back to Anthony Edwards because I did save this to ask you when he did suffer that knee injury. I know Shams from ESPN said that Edwards had been playing through runner's knee in his other knee. Now, I've heard of tennis elbow and all that stuff. Runner's knee, is that when I remember I had one of those, was it the patellar bands on the knee because everybody in the NBA had them? So I tried to be cool when I was a kid. Is that what that is the runner's knee?
Yeah, runner's knee is generally related to the kneecap area. So it's a little bit of a wastebasket term, but generally it has to do with either, the kneecap being irritated from not tracking well or having some friction or irritation beneath it. Some people do lump a little bit of the kind of patellar tendonitis, although that's more classically called jumper's knee, not runner's knee. But, we do see both of those things. And then a lot of people wear those straps for the jumper's knee and patellar tendonitis. But I think I'm not in this. I think, if you watch Ant's video, I think he landed on that leg because that was the natural leg to come down with. But occasionally you will see people compensate and put themselves in awkward positions because they're trying to not, like, well, my right knee is sore, I'm going to land on my left knee instead, and the left knee is not in an optimal position, then you can get an injury. So there is definitely something to that. So that compensation resulting in an injury. I think in this one specifically, I think this was more of just like he went up for that rebound, kind of got hit in the air, so his body was being thrust backwards, and he just landed, and that left leg just kind of took it. So, but who knows? Maybe he was compensating and shifting his weight a little bit, and that resulted in it. So it may have played a small role. I don't think it was a causation, but it could have played a role.
He's Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for our Inside the Training Room. Dude, appreciate the insight as always, man. Best of luck to your T-Wolves. And I don't know if you're a Wild fan too, but big night for Minnesota sports last night. So
it was, it was a good day to be a Minnesota fan. It's not always good, but it was last night.
Absolutely. Well, enjoy it, and best of luck, and we'll catch up soon. Okay, buddy?
Yep. Take care.
You got it. There you go. Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Let's take a quick break, and we'll get in Mr. Brandenburg. He's coming up after these quick words. Big thanks, as always, to Dr. Crow for joining us every Friday and breaking down the latest injuries in the sports world. Some good stuff there, especially kind of his insights on maybe what's potentially going on with one Brandon Woodruff. So, but maybe we'll find out a little bit more today. I know what I think Adam McCulvey had said that Brandon Woodruff was already undergoing an MRI yesterday. So, but we got Mr. Berg. Is that the new Timber Rattlers?
It is.
Hoodie?
It is.
Boy, nice. So you just need the Nashville Sounds?
I need something for the Sounds and the is it the Wilson Warbirds? I believe that's what the new name of the team is.
All
the
right.
single A, the not high A.
Not high A, yeah.
Regular A, I guess.
Low A?
Unlighted, yeah. There's no more low A's because they used to have more minor league teams, but alas.
But, well, how you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
I'm not bad, man. I'm not bad. So, we've got, oh, man. This literally just popped up on my memories. We were in Chicago this day 11 years ago. Feels like it was longer than 11 years ago.
It does.
But, yeah, the draft 11 years ago in Chicago. So, which you had texted me yesterday, round 3, possibly.
We'll see. I think it was Kevin Seifert from ESPN kind of reporting that there's some buzz in NFL circles that 2028 Minneapolis might be the favorite for the draft right now. So we'll see.
All right. I guess I'm on hotel watch. I already let our guy know, and he's like on it. So, so we'll sources are on it. So, but I don't know. That's wow. At least it'll be a little closer to home. But
right, yeah, about half as close.
Yeah, but maybe a little. Maybe we could find kind of like Chicago, a little closer of a hotel to everything too. So
I don't know if that will ever happen again.
Yeah, that was just pure luck.
That was 100% luck.
Yeah, but all right, if you haven't been in the draft and you still want to, there might want to pay attention here in the near future. So, but rookie mini camps going on too. We've got 5th-year options. The Packers did pick up the 5th-year option for Lucas Van. Did the Vikings have one up for? Did they have a first?
Yes, it was. It's Jordan Addison.
That's right.
I think they had previously said they were going to. I don't know if they officially have yet, but I think they said they were going to.
Now that you said that, yep, I remember that. So, that's the deadline is today for those teams to pick up those 5th-year options. And I'll be honest, I don't know if I've heard a team so far that said they are not picking one up. I'm sure there is.
Who was it?
I guess I could look up the tracker.
Right. I know I'd seen it.
Okay. 5th-year option tracker, NFL. Here we go. So of the 2023 first-round picks, Panthers, Bryce Young, yep. C.J. Stroud, yep. Will Anderson, he ended up signing a big deal. Oh, Anthony Richardson, nope.
That was the one. Yeah, I know there was other ones, but that was the one that was like.
Yeah, that there's like not even anything written next to it. So
it just says nope.
Yep, just nope. Otherwise, and Broderick Jones from the Steelers. The Steelers are declining. And a lot of it, I think, it's with that neck injury that he's been going through too. So yeah, there's a couple over here too. So, but for the most part, it looks like a majority are picking up the 5th-year option, which. All right. Yeah, that means that that's pretty good, decent draft class and such. I don't think I'm too surprised Green Bay picked it up with Van Ness and such, and that doesn't mean that they can't maybe potentially work out a deal, if they want to lower that cap hit and such. But we'll see how it all plays out. So, but all right, Brandon, we got plenty of Brewers chat here this morning. Happy May, by the way.
It's going to be May.
It's going. I avoided saying that all day, and you had to be the first one, JT. So
bring it in.
How dare you? How dare you? But, we were having a little fun in the first hour because C-Bomb saying Wisconsin needs a hockey team. But with the Wild winning and such, because it pains him to cheer for a Minnesota team. But, hey, like I said, I tried my best in 6th grade with the Wisconsin Polar Bears.
Yeah.
Didn't work out, so.
Gary Bettman wasn't listening?
No, Governor Thompson wasn't listening. That 6th grade project didn't get me anywhere, so. I might have just done it because I think my social studies teacher at the time was actually the Bedford hockey coach. So I might have been trying to
get some brownie points.
Yeah, I think that's why I did it. So, but I'll admit it. I honestly think, no offense to my Kraken, but if Wisconsin ever got one, I would be a Wisconsin fan. I don't have a breaking news. I don't have a long allegiance to the Kraken, like you do with your Penguins.
You would have with the Mammoth if they had a.
If they would have had a different name,
then
that would be tough. But hey, maybe Wisconsin, we can get to the Wisconsin Sasquatches. But all getting off a complete tangent. A couple days ago, I was reading an article from radio. It's like a radio website and such. They're making a case that radio shows, stations need mascots, and they use an example, one out in Washington. Cash Squatch. Sasquatch stuffies. We need to get on this thing. That's our mascot.
I think you should sell the Dandy Trophy.
Ooh. We'll have to get that made. That's Bigfoot and Batman arm wrestling. There might be some copyright stuff with that one. But
it is Bigfoot and what's a royalty-free way we can introduce Batman?
Maybe kind of like do
Bat
something
dude.
different. Yeah, there we go. Bat guy.
Bat person?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's got to be a way.
I like that. Yeah. What do we got?
All kinds of stuff is just popping up for you, apparently.
I don't know what that means, C-Bomb. He texted all in caps. I don't even know if I want to say it out loud. I'm not going to. I don't know what you mean by that. If I say it, there's nothing wrong with it, but if I say it, there's going to be like,
oh, wait.
Yeah. So I'm just going to pump the brakes on that one. Speaking of which, we got a little pump the brakes, full throttle. I think he's talking about the draft. Okay. Because he texted, I'm coming. So I think he's talking about the draft. I was like, are you coming to over here or something like that? I didn't know what he was.
Showing up with coffee.
I could have. Yeah. Really? Surveyor chimed in and said, hey, since we're talking hockey, let's all cheer for Tampa Bay Lightning center and my future brother-in-law, Dominic the Dom James. That's your future brother-in-law? All right. I don't want to cheer for the Lightning, though.
Yeah. Congratulations. But, they're going against Montreal and the pride of Stevens Point.
Yeah.
Cole Caulfield.
Yeah. Do you think Wisconsin, taking away financial and without getting that whole, from a fan standpoint, can Wisconsin support a hockey team, do you think?
I don't know. Like, the state likes hockey. I don't know if it loves hockey.
Okay.
Like, that would be the thing. Like, because you obviously, there's.
It'd have to be like in Madison, Milwaukee, right?
Yes.
For them.
Yes. And like Madison, really the only place NHL worthy would be the Kohl Center. Obviously, that's already pretty busy.
Yeah.
I don't think you would be able to do it by building a new venue.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd have to go somewhere there already is somebody else. Wasn't that the kind of thing with the Bradley Center?
I think
when
so.
It was built, like it was built in part because of trying to lure a hockey team.
I think you're right. What's that other? They used to have the state basketball tournament in Madison. What's that other venue?
Well, I would say Allegiant. Alliant Energy Center.
Alliant Energy Center. That's
that's.
Okay. It's been a long time since I've been
last time
there.
I was there was in 2020 for state hockey, and it was.
Okay. Enough said.
It was not in
all right.
a pristine working condition to
Got
host an NHL team.
Got it. All right. So okay, that's. I was trying to, because I don't know what another, and I don't think the Pfizer can convert into.
I don't think it was built with that in mind, and those are really your only options. Like,
because
you would need something with like at least like 15,000 capacity. So those are really the only places.
Right.
I mean, we've got NAHL teams with Triple Steel, Janesville Jets, Wisconsin Wendigo. You've got the USHL with the Green Bay Gamblers, the Madison Capitals. So you have hockey teams, but obviously it's a little different with those being junior teams.
Right. I think I think it'd be fun too.
It would be fun. It's just
I would divert my allegiance.
It would be tough because I think either one, when you're jumping in, you're either jumping into I would assume in the southeast part of the state you have a lot of Blackhawk fans. I would just assume. I mean, obviously we know around here you have a lot of Wild fans.
Well, that's what I feel like even like when the Blackhawks a few years ago were going through their runs and that, I was surprised that I knew a lot of Blackhawk fans around my age or a little bit younger. And I don't know if that's because they were hockey fans before the Wild, so they had to gravitate towards the team.
Probably didn't follow, obviously the North Stars went to Dallas, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of just what I assume with there being no, NHL team in Wisconsin, that, it's regional depending on which part of the state you're from.
Right. And maybe that gap in between when there was no Wild after they moved and then that sort of thing. And, I was a Red Wings fan as a kid for a hot minute just because of NHL Live 95, and I'd always play as the Red Wings with Stevie Y and Sergei Fedorov. So, and they were always on TV and they won. So,
right,
I mean, that's
good.
the other part. They were dominant.
Peak at that point.
Exactly. But I honestly, I feel like if Wisconsin did have a hockey team, I'd probably be a big fan. I love going to those games.
Hockey's fun.
It is. So, all right. Tell you what, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with plenty more coming up after these quick words. It is a busy weekend, but a fun weekend going on at the VFW Post at 305 because tomorrow at 3 p.m., got the American Legion Baseball Meat Raffle. So join VFW Post 305 at 3 p.m. to help raise some funds to support American Legion Baseball. And then right after that at 4 p.m., you got the Derby Party. You got a Derby Party going on over there. Prizes for best hat. You don't have to wear a hat, but prizes if you want. So that's starting at 4. And then, because we got the Eau Claire Marathon going on this weekend too, the Eau Claire Marathon post-race party. Wear your race bibs after the races and enjoy a free ice-cold tap beer courtesy of your friends from the VFW Post 305. So if you're wondering where to go this weekend, you got a few options, and it's right there at the VFW Post 305. Lots of good stuff happening over there. Donna does a fantastic job with all these events and such. So, but hey, speaking of a little baseball, Brewers offense coming alive again yesterday. The summer of Sal is just starting to heat up. Temperatures are a little cold in the morning, but Salvatore, 2 home runs. He's got 3 on this year, by the way. That's more than Jackson Churio and Christian Yelich. I'm just saying.
It's more than Babe Ruth and Ty Cobb, too.
Hey, it's 3. I got to take 2 in this 3-game series here. So, but obviously the biggest concern is Brandon Woodruff at this point in time. So we don't know yet if he's going to be on the injured list and that sort of thing. But it sure seems like if there was an injury to happen, the position that the Brewers are maybe best suited to fill that is starting pitching. Would you say? Because of who they got in the minor leagues at this point?
I mean, it's a scenario where you feel pretty confident of who that next person might be to step up. And I think yesterday Coleman Crowe pitched at AAA.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's options that are kind of –
Logan's been awesome so
Logan
far.
Anderson's been great. So, you've got options there. So, it might be even one of those things where if you're the Brewers, you can afford to kind of take it a little bit slow with Woodruff, as much as he probably doesn't want to because, he's – this is something he's had to deal with the last several years, even though it's, as of right now, not really diagnosed as any sort of injury. It just seems more like a dead arm.
Right.
Which, to me, and I don't know if that's just me being me, but I thought that was good news.
Yeah.
Because that happens.
And you hear Dr. Crowe, too, say he said he didn't feel hurt, so there's no
he didn't
pain.
Feel hurt, and we'll know more, I'm sure, when they get, with the MRI and stuff. Like, if nothing comes back, it might be, just sometimes stuff happens.
Right. Yeah.
When you throw a baseball, 93, 94 miles an hour for a living, sometimes your arm's just not going to be there.
Right. Yeah, you just kind of maybe missing a turn or two or something like that.
Right. Yeah, and that's one where maybe you just give them the minimum stay in the IL and just kind of see where you're at, just because you can do it.
Right. Yeah, and so, but we'll kind of wait and see how that goes. But you look at the minor league system here too, since we're talking about that. I mean, Cooper Pratt's hitting well now.
He has started to kind of overcome a slow start, picked it up.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, we know the left side. I mean, Jett Williams hit a walk-off home run the other day. So maybe putting a little bit more pressure on the left side of that infield.
Maybe. Well, now that we're getting into May, I do think Luis Rengifo has been better.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's been definitely some signs of life there. Had a big hit yesterday with a big double early on. I just think he's been, kind of been able to put together more. But, yeah, obviously, it's been a struggle for Joey Ortiz. And, David Hamilton, I think offensively has been better than expected. I mean, he's a singles hitter.
Mm-hmm.
But, he's got on base at a good clip, a lot of them on bunts. But and he can steal bases, but still, I don't think he's a guy you want starting 4 or 5 times a week.
Right.
It's a to me, even when they traded him, I kind of thought like, okay, he's kind of like one of the almost ideal backup infielders because he can play those. He can play 3-4 times a week if you need to, bouncing around, but. Offensively, there's just not enough punch there to do it. But it's a good guy to have on your team. We've seen he's a winning player. He's the type of player good teams have. But that doesn't mean you play a ton or have to.
Let me ask you about this guy because I don't think he's been talked a whole lot about, but he is performing really well so far this season at AAA. Luis Lara, which I didn't realize he's only 5'7", and he's manning
he's a small guy.
Yeah, but he made a sweet diving catch the other day. Here too, and obviously, you see the outfield, and that's going to change with Cheerio coming back. I understand that, but essentially, is he maybe not up because of Garrett Mitchell at this point?
Could be. I mean, Luis Lara, for people who don't know, is prospect. He's still I think he's like 21.
Mm-hmm.
He's still young, but like the offense really seems like it's blossomed this year. And last year playing in Double-A, I think it's just tough because the Southern League generally is a very pitcher friendly league.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the thing with Cooper Pratt, where you looked at his numbers and thought, well, that's not very impressive. But then you factor in, okay, well, it's a very pitcher heavy league or pitcher led league where it's harder to hit, and suddenly they look a little better. So, but for him, I mean, the power seems like it's developing. I think he's really got more home runs this year than he had, at any stop in the minors beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
But his calling cards is defense.
Yeah.
He's a switch hitter. He's a fantastic defensive outfielder. I think he won a Gold Glove for the minor leagues for defense. I mean, he can go get it. So,
he's got 12 stolen bases already this year,
and
too.
And the speedy guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in many ways, like, to me, it's like, just with that profile, it's like, I think Blake Perkins, but like better. But like maybe more offensive upside.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you're right. It's tough because, assuming Jackson Churio, sounds like, barring something crazy, we'll be back for the Cardinal series next week.
Mm-hmm.
I think then you kind of, I don't really think there's a place for him at that point, because then you can go Churio, Mitchell, Frelick.
Mm-hmm.
You still mix in whoever, but
probably like a Lockridge, I would imagine.
yeah,
that's
that's a good call. Lockridge is probably your next man up there. So while he's playing really well, I think right now he's kind of afforded the luxury if he can just keep playing well at AAA, and then.
Because you're bringing him up, you got to play him.
And that's the thing with any of these young guys. Like, if you're bringing up a young guy, you can't bring him up just to sit on the bench.
Right.
That was kind of the thing with like Jefferson Kiro with the backup catcher spot. Like, you're not bringing him up to only play once a week because we know William Contreras is going to want to play every day.
Right.
Like, it's not like other sports where you can develop people kind of behind the scenes a little bit or in practice and stuff like that. Baseball, you develop by playing.
Yeah.
That's why baseball and minors do play every day. Every day by Monday. So, yeah, for now, I mean, it's a really good thing to see. And maybe once we get later on into the year, if there's an injury or something, maybe he pushes his way into the big league equation. But right now, it's just kind of one of those happy things that you knew he had some talent, but now he's kind of maybe taking another step.
Mm-hmm.
And you just say, oh, well, that's, it's just another one you can kind of add to what is a really, really good farm system for the Brewers.
Right. And then, I know he made some highlights the other day, but Jesus Mate throwing 100 miles an hour, which still, first baseman picking it off of one hop was, that was impressive too, just to be able to do that.
But yeah, being able to, I mean, you hear a lot about, like, when Ellie De La Cruz rips off a big throw from shortstop to get somebody. But yeah, for a position player to be able to throw 100 miles an hour, to make it, just making a throw first.
Yeah.
Like, that's, I mean, Jesus Mate so far has done everything you could hope for at Double-A.
Mm-hmm.
So
I imagine then, is it going to, whenever Cooper Pratt is called up, Jesus maybe
he could
moved up, and then like who's is it?
It's possible, but
Pena and
yeah. Well, Pena had that kind of scary thing last week where he just fainted or whatever it was during the game in Peoria. So I think they're kind of, I don't know if he's been back in the lineup yet. So they might be just taking it slow with him because he can.
Mm-hmm.
But that's possible. But otherwise, I mean, there's still going to be other options for people to play shortstop at AAA.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, if the time comes, when Cooper Pratt comes up
down the road, because this will be down the road, who's more likely to play short and second between Cooper and Jesus if they were on the same team together?
I think if Cooper Pratt is up, he's playing shortstop.
Okay.
Made has more versatility. He can play third. He can play second. I mean, obviously, third base or second base is going to depend a little bit on the timeline, just where the where the Brewers are at with Bryce and also Bryce Durang. But like third base, I mean, he can throw 100 miles an hour. He's got the arm for it.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's what I would probably say is maybe Made ultimately ends up at third base, but.
Because Cooper really hasn't gotten any time at second, right?
No, no, and I think they pretty much just focused him on shortstop. Like, that's your spot. Like, just that's you. Because defensively he can do it, and he's very good at it.
Mm-hmm. Is it kind of like J.J. Hardy-esque a little bit?
Yeah. Where it's just like, okay, like we know you could probably play other spots, but you just play shortstop. Like we're just gonna have you play shortstop.
Right.
Like yeah.
All right, we got to take a quick break here as we start to wrap up the second hour, but we'll have more Brewers talk coming your way. We've got some local sports roundup, cream of the crop, and the Pump the Brakes Full Throttle brought to you by AJM Automotive. Quick break, and we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Just a few minutes left until the top of the hour here. Reminder, after we're done, Brandon and I are going to be recording a new episode of the podcast every Friday, a little TGIF version of the Man Cave Pod. We're going to do it. It's the softball podcast.
The softball podcast. We've been talking about this for a bit.
Yep. So I think, because I had texted you about like doing kind of a throwback 80s, 90s, early 2000s. I feel like softball was bigger. Slow pitch softball.
But a lot of things were like, it feels like bowling was like,
Yep.
Like I feel like pool, maybe like darts and pool and stuff like that too. Like I know it still goes on around here and that's great.
Right.
But like, I don't know if it was as prevalent.
Yep.
Especially, I can especially speak to softball because that's one of the things I actually did.
Right. And so you've got a couple hours yet if you want to share some appropriate stories.
Right. Let's
or memories.
Nothing that will get you in trouble.
Exactly. You can text it or hit us up at the podcast email, mancavepodmail@gmail.com. So like C-Bomb, if you're listening, tell us about when you became state MVP at the state tournaments, Class D state MVP, C-Bomb, a.k.a. Chadwick.
So. Class D MVP.
Yeah.
It rhymes.
Class D MVP, man. So, but this one might go for about an hour if we kind of go back and forth and such. So, but the good old. I was just talking to somebody that used to play with. We had opening day for a Little League, and afterwards we were just kind of hanging out. I'm like, this is what I miss about softball, and I'm like, I just want to play one more. We talked about that too. So, but yeah, I don't even. Gosh, yeah, we'll get to. I'll save.
Yes, I'll
save it for when we get to the pod. So, but yeah, you got about 2 hours if you want to share some good memories, or maybe kind of say, what teams did you play on? Maybe we played against each other.
Maybe.
Or what was your favorite tournament? How about that?
There we go.
If you were a player, where was your favorite tournament? Because I even think like, wasn't that the big thing, like fairs and like, or days or whatever you want to call them? Festivals,
town festivals.
It was always I remember that when we would try to find tournaments, you're looking through the festival things, like did it list softball tournament on there?
And amongst all of the other things.
Yep, volleyball tournaments, those were big too. So, but it should be a fun one. But that's coming up after 10 o'clock. So make sure you are following the Man Cave Pod audio on Spotify and Apple, and we'll have the video version up on YouTube too. So really quick surveyor's question. We get to tag team this one.
Okay.
He says, in the history of Major League Baseball, there have been 7 teams to never reach 100 wins. Can you name all 7? This includes teams that have moved. So 7 teams that have not reached 100 wins.
I think we can do that.
I think I saw something on TV where it was, can you name a team? Maybe it was this one, and I didn't get to watch it all, but it was a trivia question about, was it 100 losses? A team that's never had 100 losses? I think it was the Angels was the answer, something like that. But because it was like my kid watches MLB Network all the time now. So, but all right, shot clock's gonna cut me off. So we've got some news updates. We'll kick it off with a little cream of the crop. Our third quarter, we'll do a little cream of the crop coming up after these few words. All right, third quarter, third hour, kicking off for right now on this Friday morning, May 1st. We are on to a brand new month as we head into a new weekend here. Thanks for hanging out with us. We've got a little AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle coming your way here this hour. We're going to get to a little local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center here, too. We'll get back to some more baseball talk as we get set for Brewers versus the Nationals. Brewers have already faced the Nationals this year in Milwaukee. Hopefully, maybe a little bit of a revenge for the Brewers and such in a very tight NL Central. Let's kick off this hour with some cream of the crop, Brandon. Cream of the crop. Who gets your cream of the crop? Which mic are you on now?
Oh, that's right. I grabbed the wrong mic.
See, that was not my fault. I had you potted up, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Potted up? Is that the official term?
Potted up.
I'm all potted up?
Yep. Pod you up. Mm-hmm. It is.
All right. I think my cream of the crop, I'm just going to loop them all together. I'm going to go with both the Wild and the Timberwolves.
Okay.
Being able to close out series. I mean, look, that doesn't happen very often for Minnesota sports, and for them to be able to do it kind of back-to-back on the same night against, tough foes where you kind of had emotional series. A lot of stuff went into it. Just being able to kind of close them out at home, that's that's pretty impressive. I mean, obviously the Wild being able to maybe get rid of a few of those old North Star demons by taking down Dallas, and then obviously we knew all about the chirping that's been going on in the Timberwolves series with the Nuggets. But
yeah,
for them to be able to kind of close the way they did, undermanned like that, is impressive.
It is. Yeah, that's a good one. I think I'm going to go, since we are opening up a new month of May, and just kind of a little over a month and some change because where opening day landed, NL Central. Playing all across the board. I know the Pirates have fallen off a little bit, but they're still at 500. But every team in that division, 500 or above, yep, we want the Brewers to be higher, but it's been good baseball in that division, and I got to tip my cap to them for a little cream of the crop because you look at some other teams and such who like high-spending teams. That's the other part, too, is like you see these high-spending teams, Phillies, Mets,
Red
Sox, all those teams kind of down. So shout out to the NL Central right now.
Yeah, now we're going to really start seeing them play each other. I mean, the Brewers have played, one series in division?
Pirates.
That's a Pirates series. So, and that change is coming up here, obviously. But
big month of May, too. With some
it's
tough
suddenly
matches.
You go from like one series to like a bunch of them.
Yeah.
So,
well, you throw in the Yankees in there, and then you throw in the Dodgers, right after the Cubs. So, should be a tough schedule coming up here, but a good schedule.
Hopefully, they're getting a little bit healthy for when it comes.
Right. Yep. So, all right, those are our cream of the crops. Do you want to do some local sports?
We can do that.
Get up. Local Sports Roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. And, well, since you've got the baseball tab up there.
Yeah, we can start baseball.
Hudson's undefeated right now?
Correct. Hudson just picked up, they've won both their games this week over Chippewa Falls. Hudson's top-ranked team in the state in Division I. So they're unbeaten right now. I mean, I got a chance to see them on Tuesday when they beat Chippewa at Casper Park, and they're a wagon. They absolutely are a fantastic team, and carrying over, from last year where they reached the Division I state tournament. A lot of those players are back, and just right now, just kind of taking on all comers, and so far, knocking down all comers. So, but they're definitely kind of the favorite in the Big Rivers. You got some other teams kind of hot on their heels. River Falls, Chippewa Falls still in that mix. New Richmond, who they split the conference championship with last year. So, but otherwise, kind of looking at the lay of the land. In the Western Clover Belt, it's a little bit of a different story. It's a lot more, I would say, balanced. I'm not sure you have that one contender. A good week though for Elk Mound. That's the new face in the conference this year, but they've been that's a program that's always been good when it comes to baseball, and that's definitely the case this year. They picked up the they picked up an 8-4 win over Stanley Boyd yesterday, so they're one of the teams at the top of the conference. Otherwise, you've got Fall Creek is up there in that mix. They knocked off McDonald yesterday. Fall Creek, being able to kind of stay in that, right in that mix with Elk Mound there. But otherwise, Regis and Cadott, they traded wins this week as well. Canot won on Tuesday, Regis won yesterday. So, that's a conference where, some of these teams still have yet to play each other. They within the last few years adopted kind of the Big Rivers way of doing it, where you play Tuesday, Thursday of the same week. Just in the past, like softball, you'll kind of rotate. But that's in baseball, that's always a big thing too, just because obviously it doesn't allow you to kind of plan to, if you have one, really good pitcher, you can't just kind of lean on that one person for certain games. Like you really are, you're essentially kind of setting up a rotation, so to speak. So, but yeah, that's in the Western Clover Belt on the boys' side. So on the girls' side, in the Big Rivers for softball, tie at the top of the conference now. Chippewa Falls defeated Oklahoma Memorial yesterday, and then New Richmond got knocked off by Hudson. So Chippewa Falls and New Richmond tied at the top of the conference, and they'll actually play next week. So we'll see if we get a little bit of a separation from either one of those teams next week. But those are two teams that have been right in that mix the last several years. It was a few years ago they were playing in the sectional championship game, so that's not too big of a surprise there. But that is that's certainly going to be a kind of a thing you got to keep an eye on. I'm sure we'll be talking about a little bit next week when we're in here talking. But in the Western Clover Belt for softball, you got McDonald with a 1-game lead up top against Stanley Boyd. They won the first meeting, but they got another meeting set up a little bit later on the year. McDonald knocked off Regis yesterday, 10-1. Bloomer fell to Stanley Boyd 6-4 in a competitive matchup. So, those two teams are kind of a little bit on a collision course, I guess, so to speak. So otherwise, you got Bloomer still in third place, Fall Creek right there, Cadott picking up some wins. So, we're kind of, now that we hit May, it kind of, all of these conference, title races kind of shift into overdrive a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of see it, it's one thing when you say, oh, the playoffs are 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever way, but when it's in the same month, it kind of hits a little bit different. So, girls soccer, a relatively quiet night last night with only a couple games in the Big Rivers play, but you got Rice Lake, who's been really strong to start the year in River Falls. Of course, we know the Oklahoma Memorials and the Hudsons in the world are always going to be a contender near the top of the Big Rivers, and something to keep an eye on today and tomorrow. For UW Eau Claire, but also it's high school events as well. The Lori Bemnister Memorial Tournament.
Okay.
Which is going on here in Eau Claire, a couple different sites. I know McDonald Regis McDonald takes on Eau Claire North this afternoon. There's some high school games in there. There's some college games in there. It's a tournament that's still relatively young, but it's growing, and there's a lot of really good soccer. So if you like soccer and you're looking for to get out and go see some games, that's the place to go. And that's going to be UW Eau Claire. I mentioned some of it being held in North, I believe. So it's a couple different spots.
Okay. Is that golf?
Yeah,
yeah, that's
boys golf are still
conference tournaments is kind of a big one right now too, right?
We're still a little bit from that, but you've got these conference meets that are kind of rolling along here, and I've talked about it before, but in the Western or in the Clover Belt, Bloomer kind of that team to beat right now, but really we're getting kind of closer to that for golf, because golf is usually one of the sports that kind of hits the postseason earlier than the others.
Right. And that's kind of what I was going to kind of go to here, because I was going to ask, when I used to play, I know this was the month where we were really wrapping up maybe some conference stuff and getting into like the regionals and sectionals.
Right.
And
right. And that's a few weeks away yet, but still, there's only 4 weeks. So, a couple weeks.
Graduation's like in 3-4 weeks
right.
already.
So yeah, we're kind of starting to get down to it. So it's
okay.
And honestly, for golf, this has been weather-wise, even though it hasn't been like super warm a lot, this has probably been one of the better springs when it comes to knock on wood. Mm-hmm. Teams being able to kind of get out there and go. I know some teams had if they were going to be playing Monday, got washed out, but even if it's a little bit cool, golfer, we're golfers. We'll take that,
right?
As long as they're out there, especially this time of year. So
you got to walk. So
you might as well, help you stay warm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. I'll move over to a little. Oh, first of all, before I move over to Blue Golds and Stout, should mention too, even though it's a fall sport, but Altoona does have their new head football coach. Mm-hmm. Is it Kellen Lager?
I believe so. Yeah.
There was their defensive coordinator.
Yep.
For the last few years. So taking over as head coach for the Altoona football program. So some continuity.
There you go. Yes, yeah. It's always nice when you can kind of get that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, let's go to the Blue Gold side of things for UW Eau Claire, because for baseball and softball, You want to talk about wrapping up and getting into conference play here. Their final regular season games are going on today, this weekend, baseball-wise for the Blue Gold baseball team. Doubleheader against River Falls. That's starting at noon today in River Falls, and then 3 o'clock, and then tomorrow at noon and 3 o'clock. And then they've got WIAC championships starting next week. Right now, the Blue Gold's looking to hopefully finish above 500. They're 19-17 right now on the season. So a very solid season for the Blue Goals, and they're 12-12 in conference play here too. So we'll see how they finish off the regular season. For Blue Gold softball, they're going to be wrapping up their regular season at home with a doubleheader tomorrow against Whitewater. And then they've got the WIAC tournament also next weekend. Blue Gold softball, 28-10 on the season, 8-4 in conference play. So kind of hard to believe we're already getting to that point in time here too. So how about a little lacrosse? We've got WIAC championships going on this weekend. Track and fields for the Blue Golds and such. We've got coming up starting today and such, we've got WIAC championships for track and field. So that's going on here. And for golf, for women's golf, they're going to be at the UW Stout Spring Invite on Sunday to wrap up their regular season too. So elsewhere, we've got, I think that's about it for the Blue Golds. For Stout, though, coming up this weekend, I got to switch the calendar over to May here. Men's golf is going to be at Edgewood University's for this weekend. Baseball is going to be taking on Whitewater. So as they start to wrap up their regular season, Stout softball is going to be taking on lacrosse to wrap up their regular seasons. So, and then of course the women's golf team is going to be at their own spring invite on Sunday. So next week we should probably get some more conference matchups, conference tournament details and such when it gets to Division III and the WIAC portion too. So I guess to wrap it up, it's kind of local, but Jack Strand signing with the Atlanta Falcons, right?
Yes, undrafted free agent. He's going to go down there. It's either this weekend or next weekend. I don't think it was established when I talked with Jack, but so obviously some rookie mini camp stuff, and then the full team stuff kicks off a little bit later in May. But honestly, I mean, it's a team that shows much interest as anybody. I mean, he was there for a visit, and I think he's landing in a really good spot. When you factor in that, obviously we know Michael Penix Jr., the first-round pick a couple years ago from the previous regime. They brought in Tua for a year. Mm-hmm. Those two are going to probably battle it out for the starters. Jack has a chance to be the number 3. I think the only other quarterback on the roster is Trevor Siemian, a veteran, but certainly someone that if he comes in, I think if Strand goes in there and kind of shows what he can do, I mean, the possibility of being the third quarterback is there, and especially with the new coach, Kevin Stefanski coming in there, so you're really kind of starting with almost like a blank slate. Yeah. So, but no, he was really excited for the opportunity. We know the Falcons got some real playmakers on offense. You're going to play for an offensive-minded head coach. Yep. In Stefanski, so.
It looks like it starts today. For
Camp,
so
I talked with him on Sunday. He wasn't sure yet, and so it was either going to be this week or next week. So that's good. I mean, he's down. I mean, sure, he's there already. Getting going. I mean, it really came together really quick because, I mean, it was like a couple minutes after the draft. Tom Pelissero from NFL Network had broke the news, and he said and when I talked with Jackie, he kind of mentioned once we got through the kind of the second half of the 7th round, he kind of figured, okay, maybe this, I'm not going to get drafted, but his agent was telling him he was in conversation, and I mean, it just.
You hear stories like that where teams are calling these people.
You already kind of know.
Yeah.
And obviously they had showed the interest with him, flying down to Atlanta to take a pre-draft visit there and stuff. So he knew they were interested.
Right.
So no, that'll be very interesting. And I'm looking forward to it. Now I'm going to have to, I think this, once we get to the preseason, I might have to just try to find a way to go out of my way to find Falcons games to watch.
Right.
NFL Network.
Yep. Too bad because. Well, we don't know, but hey, maybe they'll play Minnesota.
I looked this year in the regular season. Atlanta comes to Green Bay and Minnesota.
Okay, so they probably won't play them in the preseason then.
Probably not.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
I mean, it's happened before. Like last year, Minnesota played Philadelphia in the regular season, but probably not likely.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, unfortunately, but hey,
That would have been cool if they did play like Minnesota in the preseason, because then you're going to probably see him if he's on there.
Right. So, but preseason, schedule's coming out in a week or two, so we'll know.
Yep, exactly. But all right, good stuff. That is your local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Let's take a quick break and let's play a little Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, brought to you by AJM Automotive. We'll be right back after these quick words. Road trip season is right around the corner. Are you and your vehicle ready to go the distance? Before you hit that highway, make sure that your vehicle is in top shape with the help from AJM Automotive. From oil changes and tire checks to brakes and engine work, their experienced team will make sure that you are ready for wherever the road takes you. And now with 2 convenient locations in Eau Claire, getting your vehicle serviced has never been easier. So plan a trip and AJM Automotive will handle the rest. Visit ajmautomotiveservices.com to schedule your appointments. And let's play a little Pump the Brakes or Full Throttle, brought to you by AJM Automotive. I'll start off with the Brewers. If Brandon Woodruff does go on the injured list, Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, Logan Henderson should be the one that gets called up.
I'll say Full Throttle, just because I think, as good as Coleman Crow pitched in his first start, and he was awesome. Like, I just think that Logan Henderson, there's a little bit more of a track record there, and I just think he would deserve that opportunity.
Yeah, I'm gonna say full throttle with that too. I think Logan Henderson, maybe for a lot of other teams, might already be on a major league roster at this point. So yeah, I'd say full throttle without really looking at start wise as a matchup and all that sort of stuff. But pump the brakes, full throttle. Cooper Pratt will be called up by the end of the month.
Ooh. I'll say full throttle, but I think it's at the end of the month. I think it's like Memorial Day.
I'm going to say full throttle too. Do you think Jet Williams, how about piggyback off that?
I don't think they would both be called up and kind of take over the entire left side.
Okay.
I still think for now they may try to work it with Luis Rengifo and David Hamilton for a little longer.
Okay, yeah. At some point, Jet Williams, you think this year we'll see him?
If those two, if those struggle a little bit more, it's possible. But he's someone that you don't necessarily have to do it. Just because you can doesn't mean you have to. So I would say, I don't think they would take that big, all-in-one swing right at once.
Yeah, I feel like when the Jet Williams talks really died down. I mean, ever since that trade, it was like, oh, okay, here's this guy. There's excitement, and Mets fans were like kind of bummed about. And haven't really heard a whole lot about him as of late here. And I know it's little quiet, Nashville, offensively, right?
Right.
And such. Maybe they're just trying to figure out what position he's going to play, at the upper level. So, all right, pump the brakes. Pump the brakes, full throttle. When Jackson Chourio comes up, is he your everyday starting left fielder or center fielder?
That's not a pump.
I know. I didn't realize. Yeah.
I'm full throttle on him being in left field.
Okay.
I would take Garrett Mitchell.
Do you think, though, if it's the lefty-righty thing, then that's when Jackson Chourio goes to center?
Maybe he's in, and then Lockridge maybe is playing for Mitchell. I think at this point, or maybe for whatever. But I think Lockridge is out there for one of the two lefties against lefty starters.
Yeah, because it really feels like, at least as of late, and I don't know if that's just because South Frelick did get off to a slow start, that Murphy is really playing that lefty-righty matchup. Because when we saw all the subs come in after that.
Right, which again, that'll happen where by the sixth inning you're probably facing a righty anyway. But I also think that with Mitchell, he's someone that he's actually hit lefties pretty decently this year, and at some point you gotta reward them for being successful, and
like what they did with Terrain, right?
Right, and to, full transparency here, at some point I think we've probably just had enough of seeing Greg Jones.
Yeah.
No disrespect. He's a guy that's getting a kind of a second opportunity in the majors with the Brewers here, but it hasn't worked.
It's feels like Anthony Siegler to me from last year.
But he's I'm sure when he'll be around until Cheerio's back, and that'll be the move there. And then, I'm assuming when Vaughn's back that maybe Tyler Black is the guy that's sent down. But just because of a numbers game. But I like what I've seen out of Tyler Black so far.
Yeah,
it's been his best kind of audition, so to speak, that he's had since he's been, from his couple different stints. So
right. Okay, I'm gonna kind of go with a wild card here because I know they already brought up Fitzpatrick after the Zerpa one, but. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Are we going to see Craig Yoho at all this year?
Well,
he just pitched yesterday. I know.
I'll pump the brakes for now because he was injured at the start of the year. He's on the 40-man, so if you're on the 40-man, that means you're always potential to get kind of plucked to come back up if someone gets hurt. So I'll pump the brakes for now with that, just because I think the righties otherwise they've kind of got who they've got. So for now, I'll pump the brakes, I think.
Yeah, that's another name you haven't really, and I know he was hurt and such, but you haven't really heard because this was a guy last year that a lot of people were talking about and that. So, but yeah, maybe just a little bit more reps down in Nashville.
I think he's just one of those guys they may not have to rush.
Pump the brakes, full throttle. Craig Counsell has dropped down more in your standings after he apparently is a Malort. I can't read the article because it's paywall blocked, but there's a new one out there from The Athletic that says Malort enthusiast, Craig Counsell.
It's funny because if you didn't bring this up, I was going to try to find a way to bring it up as well in the form of a question. Pump the brakes. Malort's nasty.
It is.
It's terrible.
Well, you mean full throttle then? Because I was going to say, that's
okay. Then yeah, Full Throttle
goes down.
It's terrible. Like, come on, man. I'm probably willing to give you more of the benefit of the doubt than most brewers enthusiasts, but not if you're drinking Malort, man. Like
yucky. For those who have never, if you're too young, it's yucky.
It's gross.
It's gross.
It's gross.
How do you become a Malort enthusiast?
You gotta be a masochist, I think.
Oh man, because I screenshot that to you yesterday.
Well, yeah, you texted me. I think I just responded with you.
Yeah,
but I mean, to me, it's like I think maybe if you're not from here, like people are like, oh, blackberry brandy. It's like, oh, come on, it's not even the same.
No,
it's not even the same.
No,
like,
no.
You will put some respect on the Polish blackberry, the LaRue.
Cough medicine.
Yezhinovka.
Yeah.
You'll put some
respect.
Look
at you.
Look, you will put some respect.
You are a Lublin guy.
I've said that name. I've said that name a lot over the years. But you will put some respect on that name.
Yeah.
That's why, like, obviously I don't really drink so much of it anymore. When I was younger, like, you'd like, if I were at a bar, I would ask, like, what kind do you have?
Mm-hmm.
Because if it's Phillips, no thanks. That's
just because you're talking about that, I'll say it for the pod, but that reminds me of a former ball player that with Blackberry. I'll say it for the pod, but
okay, yeah.
Anybody who probably played with Andy Sandelier.
Oh yes,
Sandelier. Oh, there was a night with me and him. Oh. I'll save it, but for the pod story with that. So I'll just say it was my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Oh man, but yeah. Pump the brakes. Moving on. Pump the brakes. Full Throttle. With the I'm sorry, I got sidetracked. Zach says that stuff is disgusting. So,
Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pump the brakes. Full Throttle. If the Mets will be the next organization to fire their manager.
I'm gonna say Full Throttle at this point. I mean, it's
turning a little hockey-ish with managers getting fired like the first month of the season.
Well, and then you see the rumor about how the Phillies were maybe interested in Alex Cora.
Dombrowski said he called him.
Yeah, and he's just
offered it to him.
Yeah, he just wasn't interested right now. Like
while they still had their manager.
Well, that's the thing about hockey. Like it just seems like it's the same 36 coaches that float around.
Right.
32 teams.
Right. And that was actually going to be my next thing that I was going to add. Like pump the brakes, Full Throttle. That's kind of bush league from Dombrowski to.
Kind of.
While Jeff is
Throttle,
still.
That's. I mean.
I appreciate the honesty from him, but it's like, dude, you still kind of, and your manager.
Wait, who would ever reach around? Who would ever sniff around about a potential job when someone else was still employed at that position? I don't know who would ever think about doing that.
Right, man, weird, right? But at least, I mean, Phillies have Don Mattingly, which is now the interim manager. I mean, he's obviously very experienced and all that, so it's not a bad move. It's and all that, but. I don't know, man. If you're David Stearns and you're the Mets, I don't know how new this is. I saw it this morning in a clip, but Jonathan Lucroy was on a podcast, and he was talking about when he got traded to the Brewers. Again, I don't know how old this is, but
you mean from the Brewers?
Or from the Brewers? I'm sorry. Yeah. How David Stearns kind of did him dirty, and it was when we knew he was probably going to get traded,
he was going
right?
to get dealt.
And he was asked for his no trade teams or the teams that he'd go to or something like that. So he submitted it, and then David Stearns had called him in and said that he had been traded. And he had been traded to a World Series contending team, and Lucroy asked him, "Well, who?" And Stearns went, "Tell him." And he said, I'm going to find out in 3 minutes when I leave this room. And
why can't you just say it?
Yeah. And so he called Gabe Kapler because at that time Gabe Kapler was with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And he wanted to find out hey, is it, he's like, no, we tried, but and he called his agent then. Weird that he called Gabe Kapler first.
For his agent, yeah.
And I'm summarizing all this, and his agent said it was Cleveland, and Cleveland wasn't on that list that Jonathan Lucroy gave him.
Yeah, because then remember that was next.
Yep, and then that he's like, so that forced him, because then they released the story, then got dropped, so then that forced Jonathan Lucroy to nix it publicly and that sort of thing. So I was like, ooh, that is kind of
juicy.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm like, so I don't know how old that is. It popped up on my feed this morning when I was going through some stuff.
That's
I'm like,
interesting.
It is. So, but yeah. And then I kind of want to maybe listen to that a little bit more and such. But yeah, if I'm David Stearns, I'm feeling some sweat, right?
Yeah.
You got to be feeling some
Yeah,
beats.
because the interesting thing too is, like honestly, it probably worked out a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just trying to remember off the top of my head, like the return for the Cleveland trade, like wasn't great.
Right.
But then getting packaged to go to to the Rangers, and ultimately, I think it was a better thing.
Who did they get from the Rangers again?
That's what I'm actually trying to look and see, just so I
Okay.
can.
Yeah.
I just remember the Pirates return, or the Pirates. I thought about the Pirates. The Cleveland return wasn't great.
Yeah.
It was Lewis Brinson, who, as we know, was a big piece in getting Christian Yelich.
Yeah.
Luis Ortiz, player to be named later. It was ultimately Ryan Cordell, who didn't really turn anything. But yeah, I mean, the biggest piece there was Lewis Brinson.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and again, he didn't really do much with the Brewers, but he helped them get Christian Yelich, so it was a win.
Yep. Pump the brakes, full throttle. You're good with the NCAA expanding to 76 teams.
Pump the brakes. We don't need it. Who asked for it?
Right.
I have yet to hear any fans that actually asked for it.
Fans don't matter though, Brandon.
Well, and that's it. Like, we know why they did it.
Mm-hmm.
Money. And that's annoying. Like, I think it was Dan Patrick. They had mentioned earlier this week, like, so now are the coaches of the 77th team going to still complain because they didn't? The answer is, of course,
yes. It's going to
You're
happen.
not gonna, like, I've seen people like, well, maybe you'll kind of cut down on something. Like, no, you won't, because whoever the first team out, no matter if you have 4 teams or 400 teams, is still going to complain.
Yep. Yeah. That's what I mentioned this week too. It was like, it doesn't matter how many teams you add if the goal is to like get those fringe teams in, because then you're just going to have more fringe teams.
Now, are we going to get some second teams from some mid-major conferences, or is this done so we can get 500 Auburn into the tournament?
Bingo. Yep. That we know that answer, right?
We do.
Yep. It's
No, it's frustrating.
And the thing
And
is,
it may or may not be on my Festivus list.
all right, early tease. We're not quite
It is.
to the halfway mark.
It is. I'll tell you that right now.
Did you already put it in your phone notes?
Oh, yeah. I have 2 things on there. But yeah, it's I put it on there the second I saw that.
All right.
Nobody asked for this.
Nobody did, except for
no-
maybe some schools.
Yeah,
but,
no fans asked for this.
Fans don't matter though, Brandon. That's the thing. So, all right, that's what I got. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Brought to you by AJM Automotive. We got to take a quick break, but we'll be back with plenty more coming up after these quick words. 3-day protein sale going on right now at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. You want to get some protein? Now is the chance to take take a chance of this opportunity here. You got 99-cent eggs going on at Hy-Vee. We've got 2 for $6 fresh ground chuck patties, fresh ground beef, 80% lean, 20% fat, just $3.99 for a 16-ounce roll. We're talking 55 cents. Avocados. There's marinated, boneless, skinless chicken breasts. We've got $1.88 cottage cheese over there, big cottage cheese person. And in our household, as always, you can check out Hy-Vee and Eau Claire on their Facebook page to check out their flyer over there. Or 2 for $6 of the Popeyes, the Marie Callender's Popeyes too. So those are always a easy meal there too. So, I know we got to take another break here before the top, but before we get to that, and Surveyor, we'll get to your trivia question here. We'll maybe do that right after 9. But first, I've gotten to really chat with you. Anything stand out to you from the draft? Anything surprise you? Maybe it was your pick, your Vikings, or
I mean, we talked
whatever,
about the Caleb Banks pick, but otherwise, I mean, I was fine with the rest of the draft. I mean, it kind of made sense. I mean, obviously, I think there's going to be certain kind of connections that we're going to see how they play out. You know, I mentioned the Caleb Banks, Dylan Thieneman thing. Obviously, now we're going to probably be looking at the Chris McClellan, Dominique Orange thing.
Yeah.
So just to kind of see how those two work.
Yep.
You know, but I mean, no, I mean, it was pretty standard, I would say.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything like oh my gosh, sort of after the first round since we last talked.
Right. I mean, obviously the big thing on the Vikings would be the Jonathan Grenard trade. So going to Philly, which
this was. I guess I never got the chance to really ask you about that because that happened on Friday.
Right.
So.
I mean, it was one of those things that was kind of talked about beforehand. I didn't think it was going to happen, but I mean, you know, and we see he signs the new contract. I mean, I kind of thought $25 million for him was fine, but obviously. They did not. And look, they spent a first-round pick a couple years going to Dallas Turner, and that's kind of the spot he was going to play. So if you got a first-rounder, you got to kind of make a runway for them to play, start at some point. So and now, that opens up some cash, and we'll see if maybe Juwan Jennings visited this week, maybe a third receiver, kind of veteran, kind of comes in the mix. So we'll kind of see where that money goes.
Right. Yeah. So I kind of call this the veteran free agency now with maybe some guys looking for 1-year deals.
Yeah, we got Calais Campbell coming back for another year.
Yeah, Baltimore, going back to Baltimore.
Yeah.
For him. So I was kind of hoping that was going to be a Green Bay pick.
I kind of was hoping that was going to be Minnesota. He could, with all the young guys, but.
But hey, he's going back to Baltimore, so.
Still a good player.
He is. He was in the same draft class as Matt Ryan.
Right.
Puts that.
Well, that was kind of the thing too when it was Mercedes Lewis.
Yeah.
Where it was like people were, and he would keep popping up as like the people that he was in the draft class with, like that's.
Yeah. And honestly, Mercedes Lewis might still play at some point this year.
He might. I mean, he can still block.
Yep. That just tells you how much those guys. I don't know if it's part genetics, just how they can take care of themselves, but to be able to play football still at a
right. Like those guys. I mean, those are guys in the trenches. Every single play are getting physical.
Yeah. Yeah.
No offense, it's not like a kicker or a punter.
No, but yeah. It's like. I mean, I think for me, again, just for Green Bay, the fact that they only ended up with 6, was a little surprising. But hey, there's a guy that you want. Got to make the move.
Right.
And then they did. And one of them was for a kicker.
Yeah, a kicker named Smack.
Yeah. I hope there's no bad puns during the season because of maybe bad performances and such. But
people wouldn't do that.
Oh, no, not in the internet world. They would never do that, Brandon. Absolutely not. But, yeah, we got Packers minicamp, or rookie minicamp, just a couple days starting today and tomorrow. So don't buy jerseys yet, people. Just stop. Don't buy rookie jerseys yet.
Right.
Just in case. Okay? Just don't. If you want a Smack jersey, I don't even know if they got it on the Pro Shop, don't get it custom made. Because he's wearing like 20-something. If he makes a team, which he probably will, it's probably going to be different. Just don't buy a rookie jersey. Okay? Look at the Matthew Golden thing that happened last year. Don't do that. All right? Just wait. There's your public service announcement.
PSA.
For in case you get a little excited for a rookie and that. But yeah, we'll When's your Vikings? Is it this weekend too?
I don't remember offhand.
Okay. How do you not know?
How do I not know? I don't know.
What a fan are you?
I know. I don't know when rookie mini camps are.
It is next week.
Okay.
I think. Wait, no. Was this? You already got images? Oh, this is from last year. So Google didn't tell me right away. It says it's usually around May 8th through the 9th.
Okay,
so
Google.
That's next week, a week from today. But all right. So do we want to try surveyors? Do you want to do it right now? We got time.
We got a little time. No, we got to take another break.
We do. Do you want to do it after the break here?
Yeah, we can talk during the break.
Okay. Because I'll be honest, I'm going to rely on you more. Okay. I can think of like 2 teams. I hope we don't have to think of years because then I'm just done. I'm not.
Well, you said, there won't necessarily be years.
Yeah, he just said.
Because he said the 7 teams that have never won 100 games.
Oh, yeah. I was, okay. See, now I got it. Yeah. I was thinking of, for whatever reason, the 7 teams to get over 100 wins.
Oh, no.
But I know I don't know why I had that in my head. I'm glad you did that. Okay, I'm less freaked out now. So, all right, quick break. We'll be right back to wrap up the third quarter after these quick words. Mark your calendars for Barbecue Fest coming to the Northern Wisconsin State Fairgrounds May 15th through the 16th. I'm going to be there on the 16th for a couple hours with our good friends from Mike's Star Market right here in Eau Claire. So I want to stop by, maybe try some tasty foods. They've got the cornhole tournament, vendors, live music, all that good stuff. You can just head to nwsfa.com for schedule of events and more info. But, we'll be over there Saturday for a little bit with our good friends from Mike's Star Market participating. And they're also partners with Barbecue Fest with the People's Choice Awards, too. So should be a lot of fun. Nothing like a bunch of grills and smokers going.
It's going to smell fantastic.
Hungry. Yep, exactly. So you may even smell from where your place is at.
I might.
So, but all right, we're going to try this surveyor question. So again, it was the 7 teams who have never won 100 games before
in Major League Baseball.
And as you noted during the break, the easy one is the Brewers, since they
set the record last year, and it wasn't 100. So
Brewers,
because we only actually came to the conclusion of 5, so we're going to have 2 others we decide on air here. But
yeah.
Otherwise, we said Rockies, Marlins, Expos / Nationals.
Yep.
And I think we kind of decided on the Twins.
Yep.
So we got 2 others.
Did the Diamondbacks ever win 100 in that one year with the 01 World Series? Was it the 01 with the Yankees?
They were. Well, I'm going to say I think they might have. My thinking was they were the higher seed then.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Okay.
Because Game 7 was at home.
Yeah.
So they had to be the higher seed. So I'm going to say I think they did.
Okay. The one that we keep going back and forth is White Sox.
Yeah.
And I just get nervous with the really
the
early
really
White
old
Sox.
ones, yeah. I still think I would say White Sox.
What about Royals?
Yeah, Royals. That's
Put
a good
Royals
one.
in there?
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll add Royals.
Royals, so that's 6. Braves did.
Yeah, Braves did. And all those other AL East teams besides the Marlins, which we already said, I think did.
Yep.
So
we're at 6.
And I feel like the Rays did one year too.
Maybe like the Joe Madden era Rays?
I think so. I mean, they were just so good. It would not be crazy to think that they went 101 and 61 one year.
Yeah. We know the Mariners did.
Yeah. I think the A's did. I mean, they had a couple different like big primes. I feel like one year they had to have.
Yeah.
Rangers, I feel like did.
Astros. Red Sox, we know.
Yankees, we know.
Mets.
Yeah. Like.
I'm trying to go through the.
I think we said like Orioles. We talked about like. Should we just say Orioles?
That's what I'm just.
Let's just say Orioles for the sake of it. Okay, so that's our 7 surveyor.
Yeah. So text over the answers because obviously.
Brewers, Rockies, Marlins, Expos / Nationals, Twins, Royals, Orioles.
I feel confident about 5.
Yeah.
4 or 5.
Yeah, the first ones especially.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be one that's going to surprise us for sure. I feel like there's a tricky one on here. Like a team that we thought was for sure 100 wins and maybe not. There's going to be a team with like 99. You know that.
Oh, yes.
I hope Surveyor still listens so he can actually text us.
I mean, otherwise we can just look it up ourselves, but we need Surveyor to do it for us.
Oh, we were off, man.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
Toronto.
Okay. Wow.
85, they won 99. Padres, 98, they won 98. Nationals, 2012, 98. Brewers. Rangers were on here.
They were? Okay.
Yep. 2011 is the most they had, 96. Marlins and Rockies. So we got the Royals wrong.
So the first 4 that we did, the first 4 we said were the ones that were right. So, I mean, once we got to the last 3, we were kind of guessing a little bit.
So what year most wins in Twins history in a season? What year was that?
Was it maybe 87 or 91?
65.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
The Minnesota Twins record for most wins is 102, achieved by the 65 team. The 19 team actually has 101.
Oh, yeah.
So, darn it.
Yeah.
We stink on that one.
Yeah. 4 or 7's not great.
So, the Washington Senators, would that still kind of, they have 99 wins. So, would that still be like the Washington, where's that? Yeah. gosh, now we're going down a deep rabbit hole here. So, okay. Well, Royals, now I'm kind of, what year did they win? Would have been a Kirk Gibson. Not Kirk Gibson. What was that?
George Brett?
George Brett. Well, I get those two switched up sometimes.
Why?
I have no idea. I think I just have Kirk Gibson on my mind because of those softball videos. You know who I'm talking about? The guy that does the Royals most wins in a season. It was 1977. They had 102.
Okay.
So, okay. Oh, Brett Saberhagen. Oh, no, not that year, but it just says Brett Saberhagen, 1989, most wins, 23. So
I thought it was just out of nowhere, just on your screen, it just said Brett Saberhagen.
no,
without context.
sorry, but all right. Well, we tried.
Yeah.
That's the best we can do. So,
Yep.
okay. Shot clock's gonna cut us off, so we got one more hour, and then we'll get back to some more baseball talk coming up in the final hour here. So, Brewers getting set for their series against the Nationals. The Miz kid looking for his first win since opening day. That's the last time he's gotten a win this year. So
it hasn't been for a lack of pitching well.
No. So, but yeah, we'll get back to more baseball talk and a bunch of other fun stuff before we get to the podcast, which I'm really looking forward to.
This is one we've been talking about for a while.
Yep. Little slow pitch softball as we get set for, well, it's that time of year if anybody still plays.
I hope so.
I hope so.
If you do,
too.
I want to hear it.
I do know of a couple teams I see once in a while on Facebook. The youngsters still going out there.
Good. I'm glad to hear
it,
the youngsters are doing it.
I'll save it for the pod in real detail, but man, I don't even know if there's like these certain websites I would used to go on for softball all the time. I don't even think it's the same. This isn't the same. No.
Softballweekendwarrior.edu.
You mentioned Weekend Warrior. I'll bring that up coming up in the next hour. I got an idea for a Weekend Warrior thing. I'll throw it out there. So, but all right, shot clock's gonna cut us off in a minute. If you are a former softball player, we're just looking for what was your favorite tournament, so we can include it on our pod. Or if you got a favorite memory, or maybe even a story that we can appropriately share. C-Bomb, we've got to hear the story of your MVP at state tournament. Come on now, Chadwick C-Bomb. Gotta hear that. But all right, we'll take that news update here, and then we'll open it up talking some Brewers here as we get set for this national series. The Miz kid, we've got Harrison on the mound, also going, and then Chad Patrick. So, and we'll talk a little bit more about Brandon Woodruff, Jackson Cheerio, Andrew Vaughn, all that good stuff. Quick break, and we'll be right back after these news updates. All right, here we go. The final hour, the final quarter kicks off right now on this Friday of May 1st, the final day of the work week. Thanks for hanging out with us and making us a part of your start here this morning before maybe you're heading off for the opening fishing weekend. Man, I wish I was fishing tomorrow or this weekend.
Wishing you were fishing.
Wishing I was fishing. Wishing I was fishing with Bill Dance. Gone fishing with Bill Dance today. Still the best fishing show of all time. Bar none. I know you never probably watched a single episode of Bill Dance Fishing.
Not much of a fisher person, but I'm familiar with that. I was thinking Hank Parker.
Hank Parker's okay. He used to have a video game, I remember, on Super Nintendo, Hank Parker Fishing. Yeah. I don't know if Bill Dance ever did. I don't know why Bill Dance never got one, but
He's a real one. He didn't get into them video games.
real one, fishing reel. Ha ha. I see what you did there. Yeah.
That's exactly what I meant to do.
But maybe you're going to be watching some baseball with the Brewers on the road taking on the Nationals. We've got the Miz kid taking the start here today. It is kind of weird to say that his last win was opening day.
It is. Since he's pitched well.
Yeah, and even like the Boston game, he got charged with a loss, but he was on fire that game.
Right.
Just the walks in his final.
Maybe
inning,
having a little bit of that Ben Sheets syndrome where he just doesn't get any run support.
Yeah, that too. So, but when you look at a lot of these pitchers, I mean, whether it's him or Harrison, heck, Aaron Ashby's strikeouts compared to his innings pitched, and his strikeout numbers are really good. You look at that, like Mizorowski's got 51 strikeouts. Then I think the last I checked, it was Harrison and Ashby are both at like 30. But then you look at the innings pitched, and it's like, dude, Ashby's innings to strikeout numbers are really, really good.
I think one of the craziest things, too, about the last series is Aaron Ashby didn't pitch.
Oh, yeah.
He hasn't pitched on Sunday.
What the heck? They haven't needed him when you get, like,
right.
those games.
It's been 2 blowouts, so I feel like maybe at this point Pat Murphy might be getting the shakes. Like I gotta go, his left arm is just like quaking a little bit. He's like, I gotta go to Ashby tonight.
Right. Probably will see him tonight at some point.
Probably,
but yeah. And honestly, good because he has been used a lot.
Right. No, it's same with Abner Uribe.
Yeah.
Like there's certain times of the year where guys get used more, but then there's also certain times where you'll go 4 or 5 days without pitching. And that's fine.
Yeah. Yep. So we've seen it a couple times on this series. You throw out a position player, and I appreciated the catcher from the Diamondbacks doing the best softball throwing.
Right, and that's exactly what it looked like.
Yeah.
It's always good when it doesn't register a speed.
Right. I don't know. I know some people were like, okay, can we not do this? I don't know what you do differently at this
because
point.
That team doesn't want to use a reliever in a game that's obviously out of hand.
Right.
So it is what it is.
Right. And then as a hitter, what do you do up there? I mean, do you sit there and purposely try to take the walks, and then you're kind of a jerk at times, and it's like, but then it ruins your. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just one of those.
You're laughing. Jake Bauer swung and missed at a pitch that didn't register a speed, and you're laughing.
Right.
Yeah, I was laughing.
Or even like the old one with Rizzo and Freeman that once in a while gets thrown out there.
Yep.
But it is what it is.
Right. It's just
But I don't know if the offense is back just after those 2 games. I have no idea. We'll continue to find out here, but at least reinforcements are coming with Jackson Chirio and Andrew Vaughn.
Yeah, it looks like that Cardinals series at the start of next week. So obviously a good time for them to come back.
I haven't really heard anything about Yelich yet, though. Have you?
I think last I had seen it was still more of a mid to probably later May thing.
Okay.
So.
All right.
But I mean, right now getting those 2 back, I think is, I don't say the bigger deal, but to me it is because one, Churios plays outfield every day, so that's just basically you can kind of figure out the DH spot for now between a combination of Bowers, Vaughn, and Gary Sanchez. I think those will probably be the 3 that kind of mix and match.
Yeah.
Where when Yelich comes back, that'll be his spot, but to get another first baseman, even though Jake Bauers played well, but I mean. And Gary Sanchez has been great with the bat, but we don't need. I think he would probably say, he doesn't necessarily have to be playing very much more first base.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. He can just let him hit. Let him hit.
I just feel like too when you get those 2 guys back, it's a little bit more of a calming presence because you have some more regular stuff going on.
It just lengthens the lineup because those are 2 guys that, I mean, I do like and obviously Pat Murphy has kind of juggled around the lineup a little bit, but I do like the idea of Garrett Mitchell hitting near the top, even with the strikeout, just because of the on-base percentage. Like I wouldn't mind him continuing to bat leadoff.
Okay.
Tarang hitting hitting third maybe. That's fine.
Cheerio at 2 when he's back.
Cheerio 2 or Contreras at 2 and Cheerio 4, either or. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with either one of those. Vaughn's a guy that you can hit 5 or 6. You got Jake Bauers in there. Like then suddenly, if your bottom of your lineup isn't really producing, at least you lengthen that out a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. So let's assume everybody's healthy. Yelich and that. Garrett's 2. Is it Cheerio or Garrett's 1? Is Cheerio 2? How do you make that? Or is it Tarang 2?
I mean, usually,
then you got 2 lefties,
right? And that's the thing. Like they may try not to want to stagger them, but at the same time, it's like you still want Contreras and Cheerio in your top 4 somewhere,
right?
Like, and I'm not a big believer. Like there's one exact lineup that will suddenly unlock you being an 8-run a game team.
Mm-hmm.
I just think you have your best hitters near the top, and right now Garrett Mitchell, I think, is one of their best hitters, especially when it comes to getting on base. I know the strikeout rate is still high, but like if you have a higher strikeout rate, but you're still getting on base at around a 400 clip, I'll take that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not sure.
Right.
I mean,
I guess it's a good problem to have, right?
Mitchell and Tarang back-to-back at the top. I mean, look, you're going to love being that 3-hitter because you're going to have some speed on base in front of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that might be, the way Contreras is hitting.
Right,
maybe.
and the one thing about Churio is just, the on-base percentage is still just a little lower. At least it has been his first couple of years. I mean, we don't know this year, but so maybe then is he more of a 4-hitter than a 2-hitter just because, usually you want your guys to get on base a lot at the top of the lineup. So, but, however, I mean, as long as they're up around that general area, I'm not going to, cause a stink.
Well, I mean, he's displaying some of the power. You might have to have Frelick hitting in that cleanup spot.
He might.
Just throwing that out there.
Summer of Sal.
Summer of Salvatore, part 2. But
did you see the fans that brought the spaghetti into the game?
No. Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
An entire bag of noodles and then the whole shebang.
Oh my!
Including the garlic bread.
I did not see that. Well done.
They
bravo.
They pulled a Charlie Kelly from It's Always Sunny and they asked them about their spaghetti policy.
Oh God, that's one thing I do love about going to the ballpark and baseball. You could bring your own bottle of water and as long as it's not open,
right.
That sort of stuff and snacks and whatever. But yeah, that was really
and
helpful last year going to that Twins hot.
Yeah, it sure was.
You and I both were at.
Oh, yeah. We didn't bring water. I left the water in the car. We just had we each had like an $18 margarita, which you can imagine hit the spot.
I can imagine. I did not because I had my kid.
Yeah, that's fair.
I did. Yeah. But yeah, it was the water lines were busy that day.
They were. We were just excited because there was nobody sitting around us.
Same here.
There's a fair amount of people that probably just didn't go to the game, which I don't blame them. But that just meant we had maximum room to spread out.
It's Brewers at Twins in 2 weeks.
Couple weeks, yeah.
But are you going or do you not know yet?
I think I might.
Yeah.
Maybe go to that Sunday game or something. Are you?
Probably not since we're going to the Yankee one the week
sense.
before. So it's just kind of crazy this next couple weeks with Little League and all that stuff. I don't have a life anymore, so it is what it is. But no, we'll see. But all right, you kind of look at where the Brewers are at right now, 2 games above 500. It feels like too, even before this Diamondback series, because you had a lot of those articles out after the first month of the season and talking about some of the surprises and that. And the Brewers obviously going through some injuries and a lot of people looking at the NL Central. But a theme that I saw, I don't know if you kind of sensed a similar thing, even with all the injuries. It felt like a lot of the experts out there felt the Brewers are a team that's better positioned to handle injuries than maybe Cubs or Reds or something like that. Would you agree with that?
I think they're well positioned to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just they're a big believer in depth, and not, obviously, look, you're going to have a drop off when Jackson Churio or Christian Yelich goes on the injured list, but you can survive it. And if it's going to happen, I'd rather have it right now.
Mm-hmm.
And because they're not playing any division foes, so
that's true.
Outside of the one series of the Pirates. So, I mean, this is going to be one of those things where we get to August and then we forget, oh, yeah, Greg Jones played for the Brewers.
Yeah.
Or, oh, yeah, I mean, Jake Woodford, I mean, to me, he's done exactly what you need to do. I mean, he's the long guy.
Yeah.
And he's been fine. But, he might be, every year there's always certain people, you remember that last year? Was it last year Dallas Keuchel pitched for the Brewers?
Yeah. Or was it 2 years ago?
I forget if it was last year or 2 years ago.
But yeah, just kind of kicking the tire. I think it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't know anymore.
That's good.
But
Yeah, but just those things. Like, you remember that? Like, that was the thing.
mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, good point. That's or the. I think it was a couple years.
it was 2 years ago.
Okay, yeah, it didn't feel like it was. Although
it was
who
2
knows with last year's how many
He paid,
pitchers? it
4
could have been
games,
in there.
and it didn't go well. As
Did
we
not.
Can,
They
as we
kicked
can
the
remember, and that was
tires,
the
but-
end for him. Which, I mean, great career, but usually most players kind of have like that 1 or 2 teams they played for that you kind of forget about because you know they're just,
It's like the NBA with the Olajuwon with the Raptors.
Ewing with the Magic.
Hey, I remember that one. It's the Sonics, man. Okay. Oh, those are good ones. Man, I'm trying to figure out. I feel like the NBA has got more of those, like random 1 year, maybe not even a year.
I just always, when you bring that up, I think of like there's the picture out there of like Ewing and Olajuwon like going against each other in the post, like in the 2 jerseys that you're like, okay, that's just, is this AI? Like,
That's what they know. We don't know.
but
you
like
yeah.
we know
we know
but it's not. But like, by the way, you're Orlando Magic.
Mhm. Yeah,
They're up.
I know they
Get
are.
those sweet jerseys.
Hey, as long as it's not the Tracy McGrady curse, you know, it feels good to be in the second round. Don't count your chickens before it hatches.
Daryl Armstrong coming out of retirement.
I'd still T-Mac could probably still give him a couple
I think he got
J's,
buckets,
but
yeah.
that baseball career didn't work out in his second half. But gosh darn it. But there was a conversation we had earlier in the week that was really fun that I think you would have liked, and I can't remember what it was. But we had a lot of people kind of talking about it. I'll have to go back.
Was
to
that
my
the thing
notes.
you were talking about after watching the Hogan documentary?
Yes.
Okay, I remember you saying that. And I think I think one of the names you brought up that would probably be my go-to for that was Dale Earnhardt.
Okay.
Like, I think it's tough for people to kind of understand just like how culturally relevant he was.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing is, like, I'm not a NASCAR fan,
Right.
But
So like there, you know, during that time period, like 85 to 90% of fans were either Earnhardt or Jeff Gordon fans,
Mm-hmm.
and they did not like each other because they were very different.
Where did Rusty fit in that whole thing?
I mean, he was always a very good driver. He was someone that was popular, but it was like those were the top 2.
Okay.
And then you had other guys. You had Rusty Wallace. You had Mark Martin, who I think everyone just liked because he was just kind of the he was never the guy that was going to be boisterous. He was very humble and outstanding driver. Drove a lot of the short tracks around the Midwest, including in Wisconsin. But it's just one of those things that it's hard to explain to people. One, if you're a young person, just kind of understanding at one point how big NASCAR was.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But also just the cultural relevance of Dale Earnhardt. And that's why his story is always very unique because, like, it's not often you see an athlete pass away, like, when they're still, like, at their, like, peak of their popularity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. We had some good. Tiger was a popular one.
Oh, yeah. That makes a ton of sense.
Michael Phelps was brought in
Yeah.
as one, too. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I thought there was another topic too that I think we talked about on Wednesday. Okay, yeah, it was just because we did a card giveaway sort of thing. So it was we did a Jackson Cheerio card giveaway for our Wednesday Inside the Hobby, and I just kind of threw out for people to chime. By the way, we did have a winner for that. In case you're wondering, his name was Mike, but I just kind of threw out a question: who was your favorite athlete as a kid? Sort of thing, and it didn't have to be necessarily on your favorite team, but just a favorite athlete.
Yeah,
so it's kind of cool to see all that.
I would honestly say, even though, like, when I was like a younger kid, I did like football more than baseball. I would say Barry Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't see how you could watch Barry Sanders play and not think, okay, that is just the coolest guy.
Yeah. Did you try to emulate a batting stance as a kid? Like somebody's batting stance?
Not really. I do know that, like, honestly, when I first started playing softball, it wasn't so much the stance, but almost like the set, Jeff Cirillo.
Nice.
Yes.
That's awesome.
But not really stance specific.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think there's a few times kind of jokingly I would maybe do the Craig Counsell with the hands way up, but that was kind of about it.
Oh, so going back to the Earnhardt thing, because I did throw this out, and I didn't really get a whole lot, but because again, I wouldn't consider myself a NASCAR fan, but somebody did pick, because we were looking at, I turned it into, this was a different question actually. But LeBron's comment in his tell-all or whatever, where he made a line that said, I hope I made him proud wearing the 2-3, the 23. So I was like, okay, most iconic jersey numbers. In NASCAR, you think you could throw in there too.
Yeah.
And somebody had mentioned, most iconic in NASCAR was Richard Petty at 43.
Richard Petty won more races. They both won 7 championships. He won more races in the 43.
Right. So it's like, I'm like, okay, so is it 43 or 3? If you had to pick one, like I know Richard, it's the STP, right?
Right.
The blue
and my thing too is, I wasn't like, Richard Petty retired by the time I got into NASCAR.
Yeah.
So I didn't live in that era. So again, how I say, if you're younger and you don't understand, kind of what it was like when Earnhardt was around, I don't understand what it was like when Richard Petty was around.
That's true.
So I can't speak to that.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right.
I remember I had a little Hot Wheel car of it.
43 STP is blue and red. And
yep.
Yeah.
Is 23 the most iconic number in all of sports if you had to rank them? Because when you think of 23, I feel like easily it's the NBA's most iconic, I think.
Yeah. Because then, I'm trying to think of other sports like football.
Football, I almost feel it's 12 now, but that's quarterback.
But it's not, but I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily iconic.
Right. I just feel like 23 is iconic.
Obviously, you've had very good, you've had Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers. You've had very
Bradshaw,
good, Terry Bradshaw that worn it.
Mm-hmm.
But
I almost feel like you have to go position because wide receiver would be 80.
Yeah. But and I'm thinking of baseball,
42 would be the only one.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I think if you lumped them all, I feel like 23 is the most iconic, just
especially to a specific sport.
Right. I mean, it's branding.
Of course.
A lot of it's branding.
Right.
So hockey is at 99, or is it now kind of 97 a little bit because you're seeing more players with that?
Yeah, because 99 after Gretzky, no one really wore it.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it kind of turned into a conversation of most iconic jersey, or in NASCAR's cases,
just numbers. Yeah.
And going back to 3, you have Babe Ruth, you have Dale Earnhardt, if you want to go that route a little bit. But I do.
Jeff George.
The one I did wonder that might have been close. Griffey's 24 with the Mariners, just because you talk about branding and I just wonder if he maybe never left or always wore the 24 because he did have 3
went to
for
30. Yeah, with the red. So
would that have been one just with the swing and we're kind of growing up in that age of Jordan too. I just felt like maybe 24 could have been possibly there. Not, I wouldn't throw it in there.
Right.
I mean, now when I think of 24, it's Kobe, Aiden 24, or Jeff Gordon.
Yeah.
With 24. So, but that was the only other player I thought of that maybe could have had an iconic number, was just the trend that Griffey was on, and then
that's fair.
It stopped. But yeah. All right. Let's take a quick break. Plenty more to get to, though. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. So we were talking a little bit about, iconic, outside of the iconic sports figures, outside of maybe like NFL, baseball, basketball, and hockey and such. And, I had watched, I didn't even know it was out there till my boss asked me if I watched this Hogan documentary and
On
such.
Netflix,
On Netflix, yeah. And which, by the way, it just popped up on my feed. Apparently there's coming in 2 weeks a Martin Short one, which I'm going to have to watch now.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. I'm a big documentary nerd in that. So, but I never asked you, what was it? How did you become a wrestling fan? Was there somebody that drew you to it, like a wrestler, or was it?
I mean, for me, I think I came along at the same time a lot of other people did, which would have been like late 1997, early 98, known as the Attitude Era.
So after kind of.
Oh
like
yeah,
the
after the kind of the. I
Interesting.
think it's the golden era where you think of Hulk Hogan and the WWF, Randy Savage, Ted DiBiase, those guys. I never watched at that point.
Okay.
So that's why it's always I know about that era, but I didn't live it, so I don't have that same experience that other people did with it. Kind of, like I mentioned last segment about the the NASCAR stuff, where my first introduction to Hulk Hogan was when he was a bad guy in the NWO, not when he was say your prayers, take your vitamins, and
What was it? Say your prayers, take your vitamins, and what was the third one? Oh, no.
Train.
Yeah.
Train.
Yeah.
Choo choo train.
But
so yeah, that was
okay. I did not know that part.
Right.
All right.
So
interesting, because I use the example. I had the wrestling buddy. I had the old Nintendo video game.
Right, and that was so popular with people.
But I couldn't tell you if I ever watched a match.
You just had it, yeah.
I just had it because you know who he was.
Yeah.
I had a Game Boy game, and I honestly don't think I ever watched. And if I did, it wasn't a full one. I don't know if I've ever watched a Hogan live match. It might have been YouTube clips.
Gotcha.
Or whatever. But it was weird because I had all that stuff though. As a kid growing up, but you knew it.
Yeah.
You knew so. And I would never consider that's why I only talked to you and Justice about it. Mm-hmm. I didn't even know it was WrestleMania a couple weeks ago until you had mentioned or something, because I'm not a fan of it.
Right.
But I'm curious about it. I'm curious and interested about that era and such, because I do think it had such a impact on other athletes.
It was such a it was so culturally significant.
Mm-hmm.
I think Hulk Hogan was the first wrestler that was on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's the first wrestler to host Saturday Night Live.
Oh wow!
I think that was the night before WrestleMania 1 with him and Mr. T.
Oh, okay.
So it's interesting to see just how mainstream that was.
Mm-hmm.
And a big thing for a lot of people then was, wrestling being on NBC, Saturday Night's Main Event, where that wasn't really the case. It was so much different then, as far as just being how the product was.
Right.
Because in the the 80s, you can even go further back, but it was a live event product where that's how you consume the product, is they're coming to town, or we're gonna go watch the show. And then you might have on Saturday morning, you might have a 1 hour show where maybe sometimes you have some matches.
Mm-hmm.
But now obviously wrestling, whichever, for the most part, whatever major company you watch, you've got 1 or 2 weekly shows where it's a couple hours a week, 3 hours, whatever. So it's more episodic. And in some ways, it's almost too much, because WWE has 7 hours of content a week, just on TV. AEW, which is the second company, has 4, versus back in the day you'd get maybe an hour, on Saturday morning, and that was kind of it. So in some ways, that almost made it so things were fresher and things could move at a slower pace. You look at how long stories developed in the 80s and 90s. In part, they could because you didn't have as much time to fill, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Look at say when Hulk Hogan and Macho Man, their story, that developed over months and years, because they could.
Mm-hmm. And not to give it away or anything, but I was telling you off the air, again, I didn't know. I knew Ultimate Warrior because one of my best friends, that was his favorite. And he always so I just figured, okay, cool. That's a popular wrestler. And I always laughed at his, I didn't realize that like people thought he sucked.
Yeah. I
You
mean,
know,
it was polarizing, I guess would maybe be a good word for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's kind of the thing in wrestling. Like, obviously, they knew like Hulk Hogan is our guy, the golden goose, so to speak. But it's like you're always kind of looking at like, who's that next big star?
Mm-hmm.
And they thought that was going to be the Warrior. And then they had their big match, and Warrior beat Hogan. And it's like, okay, now it's. I think part of that too was Hogan was also probably looking at maybe going to become a movie star.
Yeah, he talked about it in the doc, like kind of taking a step back and that sort of thing.
And because he had, I think, a few years later, like he did a TV show called Thunder in Paradise, which I think they kind of thought like, okay, he's gonna go now. He's gonna be the next Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Mm-hmm.
He had his run as a wrestler. Now he's gonna go be in Hollywood.
Kind of like what The Rock is doing, right?
Except it just never really developed for Hogan.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came back and had a great second run in wrestling The Rock thing is always so interesting too, because The Rock wasn't necessarily a wrestler that long. By the time he trained, obviously he trained and stuff, and by the time he got to WWE, it was like late 1996. Like 6 years later, he was already done being a full-time wrestler.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he made the transition to Hollywood so well. It took a little bit. It wasn't like he went there and then right away was just, was getting all these gigantic roles. It took a little bit.
Right.
But, he's just.
The Bret Hitman Hart dynamic and all that. So it was interesting to hear that stuff.
Right.
That I never knew before.
I love Bret Hart.
Yeah.
Bret Hart is unapologetically Bret Hart. I love Bret Hart.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, those two did not get along.
Yeah, and just kind of the reasonings why and such, or the stories, I guess, from both sides of it and that. But the one thing I was a little disappointed, I will say on it, there wasn't really Macho Savage. Randy.
Right, and obviously he's not with us anymore. Like, it's just, maybe the people there weren't enough people that could kind of speak to that dynamic, because, that was, are they friends, are they not? Like, it almost seemed like
Hogan didn't even talk about it.
Right, like what was what day was it? Like, one day. And then, later on in his life, Randy Savage could have diss track on Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Be a Man, which I think unironically is a fun rap song.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know he did that. That's awesome.
We'll listen to this during the break, but when you have a lyric that talks about kicking someone's butt and washing their mouth out with soap, come on.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, but yeah, there was I know. Because apparently there's like an Eau Claire connection, a Vern Gagne shout out in it from Hogan and that.
Vern Gagne, that was. Vern Gagne ran the AWA, and that was back when wrestling was more regional.
Mm-hmm.
And they ran. You can look like there's actually a Twitter account that has that just does old advertisement from wrestling shows from in like Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, and you will see like AWA ads for like. Chippewa Falls Middle School, Regis High School, like Zorn Arena, like they were literally running here, and that was again kind of going back to what I said before. Wrestling back then was so much more of a touring business, where it was like every night you're going out somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You may go Minneapolis. Obviously, their big shows will be in Minneapolis, but then you may go Hudson, or you may go River Falls, and then you may go Menominee, and then it's Eau Claire, and then it's Wausau, it's wherever. Like, it was so much different.
I just Googled one here. Yeah, 1971 at Regis.
Yeah. That was kind of the thing I had seen. I noticed that was really interesting, because they'd be like Chippewa Falls Middle School. I'm like, wow, I've walked around Chippewa Falls Middle School before for work stuff. I'm like, I've never thought that like in one of the gyms there was, or at Regis when I've been there, like, Ric Flair was at,
Yeah, this is the flyer. Big K and Kobayashi versus Bull Belinsky and Red Bastien. Semifinal was Nick Bockwinkel.
Yes.
And Paul Diamond. Special attraction, Big K and Red Bastien again. So, yeah, an old flyer from 1971. So
different time, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a cool historic type of thing too. But no, I even for non-wrestling, I would highly recommend. Especially the first couple episodes, it was really good. So. All right. I never knew that. I thought maybe you were, for as much as you talk about Macho Man, I thought maybe you were a little bit more of the fan from the earlier days.
No.
So.
No.
All right. The more you know. Little star. The more you know. All right. We'll take a quick break. Back with plenty more, though, coming up in just a couple minutes. We got picks coming up as we'll start to wrap up things here this morning. Obviously, we'll take a look at baseball games and such. We got playoffs going on, the Wild advancing. Be a tough one going up against the Avalanche now, but never know.
I'd seen it brought up. It was very interesting. One Minnesota sports team beat a team from Colorado, and now they're going to play a team in Texas. The other one beat a team from Texas, now they're going to play a team from Colorado.
Yeah. Yep. So, but T-Wolves moving on too, so we'll see. Hopefully Anthony Edwards can come.
The fighting Wembies.
Yep. Man, I wish Anthony Edwards was ready to go for that one, just from a pure entertainment standpoint too, and that. But hey, shout out to him for winning that series without those two. A lot of teams wouldn't be able to.
They grinded through it. I mean, they played 8 guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Bucks officially making it official yesterday with the Taylor Jenkins hire. He's going to have, I think they said the pressers next week, which I think we all know the first question that's going to be asked. Which I'll be honest, I've been scrolling on Giannis's Instagram. He's been posting shoes and not really anything about Taylor Jenkins. So, whatever. But we know that's going to be the first question. Yep. It might be like 85% about Giannis or the future, and 15 about why did you want this job, or what was there, what do you envision, actually about Taylor Jenkins himself. So, which they already know that too. So, but I guess pump the brakes full throttle. Do you think we'll have a Giannis news update or story before that press conference?
I would pump the brakes on that.
Yeah. Kind of. I think they kind of hope they would, but I don't think that's going to happen. So, but it'd be nice just to kind of get it over with and move on. But
whatever path you're going down, it'd just be nice to know which direction it's going.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, but yeah, good. I'm good with the hire. Just kind of curious.
No, I think it was the one that a lot of people expected. It makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. And now it's just the biggest question left is, okay, what's the roster going to look like?
Right. Well, and now also, is this going to come down to something as simple too as well, how does the lottery go? Yeah. Because we know the Bucks cannot get the first pick because they swap with, is it Portland? I forget who it is, or New Orleans, whoever it is.
New Orleans,
right?
Yeah.
Whoever so they swap, but I mean, this is looked at as being a very, very good draft.
Yep.
So I mean, boy, well, I'm sure it'd be kind of nice if maybe I suppose the rules about the lottery don't take effect this year, do they?
I wouldn't think so, because union would probably have to, player association probably have to agree to all that.
Because darn,
right?
Because that would help.
I know, but I don't know if that's actually gonna, whatever they do is gonna really have a dramatic effect. Maybe a little bit of here and there. I'm intrigued with that to try to avoid it.
I understand they're trying to avoid tanking, but at some level, it's just not possible.
Right. And I mean, it's what it comes down to is business decisions for these teams.
Yeah. Sometimes teams just suck.
Yeah. Right. I mean, that's the case. That's where, I don't think sometimes, but NFL wise, there's just teams that just stink and you can't do anything about it, or where you think they're going to be better. And nope, they were really bad. So, when the draft or the lottery's got to be coming up in a couple weeks.
Usually it's second round.
Yeah.
It seems so I would think, within the next few weeks.
Mm-hmm. I'll get ready for the frozen envelopes and the drama surrounding that. But I'll be honest, I am, as a Bucks fan now, it'll be really curious to where they get that pick.
Right.
Yeah, because is it top 5 protected, top 4 protected?
I forget.
Or is it top? I don't know. This is one thing that bugs me about the NBA is that
I don't like the protections are annoying.
It is. It is. And all the future ones, and then it's well, now you could trade it. Stop making it so confusing.
Right.
That's why I'm glad if the NFL said no to expanding, or where they can only trade out first round picks. Was it 3 years in advance? And some team wanted to do it for 5. No.
I think it was the Browns.
I think it was the Browns. I'm no, just stop making it confusing at that. And I don't think it would be as confusing as the NBA, because if the NFL all of a sudden gets into lottery protected, or not lottery, but you know what I mean, top 5 protected, good God.
Yeah.
And I don't even think you can do that
No.
with how that's structured.
The Browns would be the team that would do something, and then they would. I'm sure maybe their thing was like, hey, I bet you we could trade Myles Garrett for
Yeah, a boatload of picks, and then maybe
and the rights to Theo Ratliff somehow.
yeah, and try to find a sucker for Deshaun Watson. Oh wait, you are the sucker.
Yeah.
So, but no, I'm glad that was kind of kiboshed and such. So, but all right, we'll get to some picks coming up here in just a skosh. But a quick reminder: we're gonna record a podcast coming up right after we are done. Literally right after we are done.
Literally.
So don't forget to follow and subscribe to the Man Cave podcast on Apple and Spotify. The video version of it will be up on YouTube. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a fun one. So looking forward to that for sure. So let's take our final break, and we'll start to wrap up things. We'll make our picks, final thoughts, all that fun stuff. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. I know you mentioned it off the air already, but it is the anniversary of AOL Instant Messenger. I saw people are talking about it right now. So I think since we are kind of doing like a vibe of a Friday edition of podcast, we might have to do Instant Messenger talk. Because I had 4 of them. I had 4 different ones. I don't know if you had more than one.
Cool?
I think it was so regional based because like I had family in the East Coast and they used AOL.
Oh, okay.
And then
I was more of MSN.
that's what we were.
MSN Instant Messenger.
But I had ICQ for like 2 friends because they didn't have MSN. And then I had Yahoo for a few friends because they didn't have MSN. But yeah, the biggest one was MSN Messenger. So it's like, why? So I don't know if it was like a regional based thing, but I know the 2 people I had on AOL were all East Coast.
Could be.
So I don't know if that's, I think that's probably what it was.
Probably.
But yeah. Do you still remember your usernames?
Not a fan.
Like MSN was just your email address.
Yeah.
But I think my AOL one was MagicFan13 because Orlando, and I think my.
How were you not Magic Fan Dan?
Oh, I never, because 13 was back then when I was a kid. 13 was like my favorite number. I explained this.
Because the highway?
No, I didn't even think of that, but I literally explained this yesterday. 13 because some variation of that number represented my favorite players at that time. 1, Penny Hardaway. 1, Deion Sanders. Or 3 minus 1 was 2, and then you had Deion because 21. 3 had Shaq in there. 3 plus 1 was 4 for Brett Favre. I was weird. Okay. The other one was like Sporty 13.
Well, 30 or 3 plus, or the numbers 34 was also Shaq's number in LA, which you enjoyed.
Right. I did. I was fine. It after the birthday party ruined, and then I was still Shaq. That's why I was never a Kobe fan right away, because I was Team Shaq.
Yeah.
So, but I do have a Shaq Lakers practice jersey. So, clearance on Shields when I was a kid, baby. When NBA jerseys would go on clearance for like $10. Yeah, I remember always coming like once every 2 months to Eau Claire with my aunt and would go into Shields. I'd go through the clearance, which ones are on sale. And one year, gosh darn it, a Penny Hardaway one was there for $10. Nice. I was so excited that year. But I think I got a Steph Marbury T-Wolves jersey one time too. So I think what was the most random one I got there? I think I got a random Spurs shirt one time just because it was on sale. So, yeah.
That's how I found my Carlos Villanueva Brewers jersey.
Nice.
Shields and Appleton.
My Ryan Leaf one was on clearance in Wausau at a sports store jersey.
Sometime you and Justice will have to wear our Ryan Leaf jerseys.
Yep. And I got it. It was just the year after his rookie, so I didn't know he was going to turn into Ryan Leaf at that point. So that's how old mine is.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got mine when I was playing play football in Oshkosh, intramurals, because we just wore football jerseys.
Mm-hmm.
So that was always my go-to.
Yeah.
And then there was one day we were playing another team that was kind of doing something similar, but there's a guy wearing a Brian Bosworth Seahawks jersey.
Oh, nice.
Like, I didn't know who this guy is. I just went up to him and go, guy, I just got to dap you up. That's awesome. And he's like, yours is awesome too. So.
Yeah. And I ended up interviewing Ryan Leaf when we were at the Super Bowl. So, all right, let's do some picks, shall we? Let's start off. We'll save baseball for last. So let's do some NBA playoff games here, shall we? Let's start off Detroit versus my Magic.
I think Orlando closes them out.
In honor of T-Mac, we will get her done tonight. And I say we, even though I still have a small soft spot for the Magic. So I'm going to go Orlando.
It'll be great to be in the second round.
Yes, it will feel great to be in the second round. Cleveland at Toronto.
Cleveland.
I think Cleveland wraps it up tonight too. Lakers, Houston. Houston's hanging on, but
they are. I'm going to take Lakers, though.
I'm going to take Lakers too. It went 7. Philly at Boston. Can you imagine if Boston loses this game?
You will not hear me say this often. I'm pulling for Philly. And I'll say this in any sport, but like, I'm going to take the Sixers.
I want to, but I'm going to take Boston at home in Game 7. I will. That. Oh, wow. I want it. I'm like you. I don't like either of these teams.
Neither do I, but
if I had to root, I'll take Philly, but I think Boston's going to win. Yeah. So, but all right, let's do some Stanley Cup playoff games. We've got Tampa, Montreal. Montreal leads the series 3-2.
I'll go Montreal to close out the fight. Cole Caulfield's.
I'm going to go Montreal, too. Buffalo at Boston. Buffalo leads 3-2.
I'm just picking everyone to close out. I want Buffalo.
I think Boston wins tonight. Vegas versus what could have been my team, Utah. Vegas leads 3-2.
Utah hung around, but I'll take Vegas.
I'm going to take Vegas, too. And then Saturday, we've got Philadelphia versus Carolina.
Ooh.
Game 1.
Yeah, I'm going to go Carolina. Philly, I think getting that extra day in there after, the marathon game Wednesday night beating the Penguins. Their goaltender, though, he has been standing on his head this whole series. So, but I will take Carolina.
I'll go Carolina, too. So, all right, let's do some baseball games, and we're just going to pick the series. So let's start off with the Diamondbacks and the Cubs.
Cubs.
Rangers, Tigers.
Rangers.
I'll go Tigers. Let's go Reds, Pirates.
Reds.
They don't have to play Paul Skeens, so Reds. Baltimore and New York Yankees.
Yankees.
Houston, Boston.
Houston.
Philadelphia, Miami.
Miami.
I'll go Philadelphia. Giants, Tampa.
Tampa.
Tampa. Toronto, Minnesota. They started yesterday, but Minnesota won 7-1.
Yeah, I'll go Toronto.
I'm going to go split. Because it's a 4-game, right? Well, I'm going to go split.
Well, that's what I meant with Toronto. I thought we were picking the last 3 games of the series.
But it's okay. So the last 3 games. So you're going.
I would say Toronto.
Wins,
Yeah. So
Toronto wins 3 out of 4.
No, I'm saying Toronto wins 2 of the next 3 because we're going. I thought we were going.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I thought we were starting
yeah.
from today for the series.
But I was going to say. So we're both saying split.
Yeah. Yes.
Each team wins 2.
Yeah.
For all you kiddos trying to figure out what we're.
And that's in Minnesota, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So we've got Dodgers, Cardinals.
Dodgers.
Braves, Colorado.
Braves.
Mets, Angels. I'm going to go Angels. White Sox, Padres.
Padres.
Cleveland Athletics.
Cleveland.
Kansas City, Seattle.
Kansas City.
Ooh, I'm going to go Seattle. And then Milwaukee, Washington.
I'll take Milwaukee 2 or 3.
I'm going to take Milwaukee, too. So, and we just hit it with 30 seconds left. Could you see me looking or something?
And I was like, ooh, we're kind of cutting up against it a little bit.
Oh, look at that. That's what you get when you get off on tangents.
It happens.
So
we push it deep in the shot clock. It's fine.
Yeah. So, but all right. I'm excited to record this pod.
I am too.
We're going to get to it right away.
Fair warning, it might be a little lengthy.
It might be, but
we're going to talk.
Video and audio, we're going to do both. So maybe tonight, pull it up on your TV and get a cold one while we go down a little memory lane. So have a good weekend. Best of luck if you're going to be out on the water, opening fishing weekend. We'll be back Monday morning, 6 a.m. See you then.